Hey there, it's Unstoppable Stiletti again today, and we got more series to look at in Wars Liberty Middle East update. Just this morning, a best out of 9 was played between Nathan and Gommiustan, plus a best out of 3 that was supposedly played last night that I didn't even get to see. We also have a best out of 3 between Viringo and Nathan that we didn't get to do yet. And we got some 2v2 games that we can look over as well. And yeah, I'll just cast as many of those as we can, and then we can play some games for the rest of the stream, which would be super fun. Totally. And Discord's being super weird because it's not showing the image of the thumbnail that I submitted for the stream, so that's like so weird, man. It's literally just some farmers in Uzbekistan from the Mennonites. Yeah, I don't know why Discord doesn't want to show that, but hey, Discord's done weirder stuff before, that's all I can say. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, most definitely. Who has a problem with Mennonites? Mennonites are as humble as they come. Oh, tell me about, like, if you're a Mennonite, you're super religious and conservative and stuff, like, I don't see why that would be a problem. But who knows? Who knows what people are thinking these days? Yeah, totally. Looking forward to these series today. Best out of 9 is like insane. If you play a best out of 9, you know you're playing to win. Oh yeah, no. A best out of 9 is like really crazy stuff. I mean, for my tournament, I think we're going to do either best out of 5 or best out of 7. I haven't decided which one. I think I would love to do best out of 9 and like force people to do that, but I think people might be too sleepy for it, if you know what I mean, yeah. Or they might be too busy for it. So best out of 9 might be a little bit too much to, enforce. But definitely best out of 5 should be totally okay. Because I think best out of 5 is better than best out of 3. Because Chorizo, we used to always do best out of 3. And sometimes we'd only get like 2 recordings per series. I'm going to do best out of 5 at least to make sure we get like a real huge competition of at least 3 games per series. And if it is like a much more of a tiebreaker, we can have up to 5 wrecks, which is much more substantial. It means, though, that there's a good chance and we might have to stream the tournament for multiple days, but that's fine. I don't care. I'd rather cast a tournament for multiple days and get more content out of it myself. And people can put the time together for like a best out of 5. I think best out of 7 might be pushing the envelope with some people, so I might not go in that direction. Yeah, totally. Hopefully you've had a good Sunday today. It is a day of rest for many, so hopefully you're resting. And the resting shall continue now. You get to rest and watch Streletsy live stream and cast a bunch of games. That's a good way to rest. Oh yeah, that's what I would do if I was resting, I actually do that. Like, if I want to, like, rest while I'm doing something, I'll just watch, like, Boyd in Age of Mythology, Survivalist or someone in AoE 2 or Membro. I like watching RTS commentating. It's really fun stuff. Totally. Alright. Discord's acting weird again. I'm trying to click on stuff. It's not showing me the thing I want. Dude. I'm trying to click it. There we go. Alright. There we go. Okay. Now we should be all set. Sometimes Discord's like that. It's like, hey. It shows you the graphic that you're not supposed to see on there, and then you're trying to scroll, and it's, yeah. Funny. People still submitting Age of Empires 2 campaigns for Joan of Arc on the AoE Discord. That's interesting. That's a campaign that's been around since the late 90s. Around the time I was born. Yeah. A very long time ago. That campaign. It's a good campaign. I mean, it led to many other good ones in the future, but still. Yeah, and I also, of course, played it on my channel, not the PC one, but the NDS version. The NDS version was, interesting. If you remember correctly, there was like a mission or two where we actually ran into problems on like the beginner tutorial campaign of Joan of Arc. That was very surprising. I didn't expect it, but then I remembered growing up that I indeed ran into the same problems again. And since I haven't played it for ages, I kind of lost that muscle memory to like cycle through it quickly. That's why that ended up happening in the end, I think. Yeah. But you know, it is what it is, man. Yeah, I'm just submitting the stream to some Discord servers here, and then we can begin. I think Revnak said if I wanted to, I could actually post it to the HOTP announcements board, which I might do. Because here's the problem, I was gonna actually do some more casting today for HOTP, and none of the people that were organizing the matches really got to, send anything or anything, so I had literally no recordings to work with. I literally said, no recordings, no stream, I guess, right? Because you need recordings to get a good stream, I suppose. You don't submit anything, no luck. Yeah. Yeah, last night was pretty turbulent, We had a great casting of HOTP. The Wars of Liberty castings were fun. Did some Wars of Liberty games, and then Kirby Air Riders came around, and I got super salty by the end of it. That's what happens. Like, every Kirby Air Riders gameplay starts out optimistic, and then it ends pessimistic. It's so funny. That's why I love playing it. I always have to self-regulate to make sure I don't go too crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna keep playing that usually. Well, I reserve it for once a week, because if I do it multiple times a week, I think I'm gonna get salty again and again. People go like, "Dude, what is this guy? What's his problem, man? It's a kid's game. Why is he getting salty over ranked?" I'm like, "Hey, I'm just trying to climb up the ladder, and I'm trying to do it quickly, man. Because I only do it once a week. If I got to play it more often, then I probably would be casual about it. But hey, you have less time to work with. It definitely changes things up quite a bit, I would say, yeah. Ooh, yep, totally. I hope we get a lot of Middle East gameplays today from these matches. That's kind of my main desire out of this, honestly. Alright, I'm seeing how many I have to submit to left. I think it's like 3 more, yeah, and then we're set. Yeah, I moved pretty quickly today. Also, good news, I already downloaded and installed the games to my machine, so we got them. You can see them right there on the screen. There's the best out of 9 we're going to be looking at. And then there's some best out of 3s that we got too, basically. And then we can either go into 2v2s, or I could start gameplay early. We could play some like Definitive Edition, Wars of Liberty, Star Wars, or if you want me to go into Kirby again, I can. Though I don't think most people don't want me to, yeah. I notice a lot of people don't show up when I play Kirby for some reason. They're like, whatever. But when I play Star Wars, I get some interesting... People get interested with that, so, yeah. Probably because I've done Star Wars for a lot longer. Yeah. And I kind of took a huge vacation from it, and I'm now sort of coming back into Star Wars. So, yeah, basically. I'm going to just go to the House of Train Post Discord right now and just let them know, hey, we are streaming up stuff. I'm going to type in some text for it so they know. Yeah, I'll just put that there as an announcement so they know to come. Yeah, I think I started a little bit later than I wanted to, but unfortunately, I got called in to do some Risk today in Legacy. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done Risk in Asian Dynasties, and Altair was around after I think it was like a 6 or 8 month hiatus. So I wanted to just play with him and some newer players. It was pretty fun. Obviously, I didn't win one-on-one against Altair, but hey, what can you do? Alright, so here we are. Game number 1. We got Nathan playing as Chinese, and Gommiustan playing as India. India versus Chinese. And we were on the Hindu Kush map, it looks like. This map is awfully beautiful. It's basically the mountains of Afghanistan. So yeah, pretty much on this map, there's a lot of wallability here. Like, see how close these passes are to each other? You can easily wall this up and turtle like crazy here. And some of the areas are like super narrow too, like this, like this. It's all randomly generated too, so it's never like, I find it's never 100% like where the passes are going to be in it. Sometimes you get like a little passage and sometimes you don't. And it just leads to some weird gameplay. And sometimes you end up in a situation where the mines end up on the mountain and you can't even use them too. It's so funny, yeah. And sometimes you get like a wide opening like this, so you do have to be kind of careful either way. Sure, but at least you know your flanks are kind of covered, I guess, too. And then in the middle, you always have the Sufi native site here with the new native unit, the dervishes. I'm trying to, wait a minute, which button am I? Which button? Yep, there we go. Notice how there's a new native unit there. That's the dervish. It's a halberdier, replacing the war elephant. Yeah. But overall, they're playing mostly vanilla civs. India, of course, being the civ that we saw yesterday in the HOTP tournament. It's pretty nice. In Wars of Liberty, they're a little bit different. Only differences is the amount of free villages you get depends on the age that you're in. So if you're like in age 2, you'll get 2 free vills. Age 3, you'll get 3 free vills. And then in age 4, you'll get 4 free vills. So India here is a little bit tougher. You know, a little bit tougher because they just get a bigger climb of villagers, particularly if you get extra shipments. So that's always good. Try to get as many like crate and unit shipments in as possible because, frankly, you're going to get extra vills out of it here. More than you would in even the vanilla civ, so that's good. As for Chinese, mostly the same. The biggest difference is a couple of changes in unique units. Some of the changes were just aesthetic. Some of them were pretty big though, like the removal of the iron flail and replaced with a ranged cavalry akin to the mounted infantry of the Habsburgs in DE. Also, their consulate allies have some different stuff too. And they technically get some new bonuses as well. Like now the Chinese civ actually gets free villagers every time you age up at their town center and village. Yeah, so they literally took those refugee cards that China used to have, the northern refugees, the western refugees, and they got rid of those. And they just baked them into the civ themselves. So every time you age up, you get a free vill at each village that you get and every town center that you have. It's really cool. And that means you should probably try to build as many villages as possible to maximize that bonus. Yeah. And I think they did get a card back, though, that gives China free villagers for each given age up or something on top of that. So, yeah, if you want to run that, you can, but I think it's kind of weak. Yeah. This is the Nathan deck, so he runs Advanced Wonders. Wonders have more HP and are built faster. That's an interesting one. I don't see a lot of advanced players in Wars of Liberty ever run Advanced Wonders, but it can be helpful. I mean, particularly if you're worried that somebody's going to rush your base out and stuff. That could be good. You do have Trade Empire here, which means you could go ahead and grab the Sufi side right now, and then you could go for a Dervish rush on your enemy's base. That could be viable, you know? The only thing I would say against that is the fact that you're dealing with India, and India is most certainly going to start Sepoy. Which dervishes, you know, they won't be the worst. They'll definitely be better than Nuka Clubman against them, but they won't be the best either, so I would kind of be hesitant of that if it was me. Yeah. I don't know if we're seeing Agrifort or we're seeing, like, Karnamata, what's the plan for Gommiustan? Because Gommiustan has some unique aspects that he does when he runs this Civ. Or actually any Civ. Gommiustan is very creative and knows how to work his Civs very well, so we'll see what he's got. It does look like Nathan will be getting a faster age up from the sounds of it. Oh yeah, no. Because he's got more food, and he just sent advanced wonders, which means that his age up is going to be faster even if he has less vills on. Because he's gotten the advanced wonder card, he can afford to do just a 3 villager age up here with the wonder instead of 4, which I think is great. It means he's going to have a little bit of more macro to work with. I like how he's chopping for wood. I think he should try to get maybe a village down, maybe. Or maybe not, because this thing might build too fast. Because if he can get a second village down, then he can get 3 free villagers instead of just 2. Because if he ages up with just this, he'll get a free vill at the TC, and he'll get a free vill at the village as part of the Chinese bonus. But if you get 2 villages, then you're looking at 3 free villagers, which, you know, equates to like a 3 villager shipment, basically. It looks like he's just going to bank on the wood and get a war academy, which I think is pretty cool. Very nice, actually. Let's see if he opens up Blue Army, aka the Standard Army, or Red Army, which is the old Han Army. Both of those could be very viable here. You're definitely going to need the Chukanus, though. Oh, interesting. So Goimu is going with Karnamata. Okay. Karnamata, he seems like a kind of Karnamata guy, I think, with India. It's very greedy play that gives you a lot of economy, because this wonder will boost the gather rate of all your vills nearby the thing. So it really helps you to farm up a ton of resources throughout the game. And not only that, the age up gives you some free resource crates too to boot, so you'll have that advantage as well. Whereas Nathan got some food crates from his summer palace start there. He's got it on the standard blue army right now, and he's going to get his war academy up right here. Very, very nice. So, I like this placement here. Look how he puts the War Academy right in the choke point, right in the bottleneck. It's going to be very hard for Gommiustan to assault this position. If you wanted to be like super crazy, you could put a gate right here, so that Gommiustan can't even pass by the building without sieging it. That way you cannot be raided in your base at all. Because look, he's got a hunt in here, he's got a mine in here. Does he have anything else? He's got some berries in here too, so if you end up in a situation where you're being pressured, you might want to wall this to the War Academy and wall to here, just so you can eat the stuff that's in your base, though it is a little limited. Yeah, I don't know why he's eating these hunts now. I would move up here and grab these hunts. Eat these first. Take the aggressive play and grab the hunts and the mines out in this area, in the open area. And if you run into problems, things go south, then you go retreat into the base and grab the hunts in there. It's a small consideration, but it might save you a lot of trouble in the mid and late game if you're really struggling to get hunts, pretty much, yeah. Looks like he ships in Tigerman, which I think is a weird play considering you're fighting India. I think we saw something like that the other day during the HOTP tournament. Somebody actually did the Quang Pikeman shipping instead of the, that was a little odd, I think. I was like, why are you doing Quang Pikeman against a Civ that spams Sepoys? But I guess it's fair in this instance because at least he's not doing a Agra Fort. So the production would be a little bit delayed anyway. So maybe he could do some pressure here and maybe siege a house or something. Yeah, well, let's see if he sieges a house like right here. He'll probably try to kill the explorers first. Yeah, he's going to scare those explorers away. India, of course, is going to open up barracks here, like you always would if you go Karnamata. Explorers are dead. He's going to rush a house right now. Is he going to rush a house? Or is he going to go after the wonder? What is he doing? Okay. He retreats. That's okay. He might want to mass up a bit before he does that, which I think is totally fine. He's going Red Banner Army there. It's going to give him the Tigerman, basically reskinned Quang Pikeman, and then the Chukanus, which I know you're all familiar with. Yeah, I honestly like the way these Tigermen look instead of the Quang Pikemen, because look at their shields. They have like a literal Chinese dragon for a shield. They're really nice. Yeah. Back a while ago, they actually, I think, had more stats than the Quang Pikemen, but they decided to tone it down and make them play a bit more standard vanilla Chinese-ish. Looks like Goemu has his Sepoy shipment in, is that right? Or did he train that up? Yeah, he shipped that in, it looks like. He's also shipping in the Rajputs too, because it's really urgent right now. He needs all hands on deck. Nathan's gonna push in pretty deep with his Chukanu, it looks like. And, oh god, look, Bill's in the crossfires now. Oh, yeah, this is pretty tight. He's right up in Gommiustan's base. Be careful. I would try to distance myself a little bit. You don't want Goemu getting free kills off your stuff with his TC like that. See that right there? These guys have like no HP. So if he like maxes out his TC defense, you could potentially be losing 1 unit per shot on the Chukanus, which could be really bad. I see Goemu's going for Gurkhas now to counter the Tigerman and probably be more resistant against the Chukanus, which I think is great. He's also going to ship in some Sawars. Sawars will be a nice add-on to fight the Chukanu with and do some meat shielding. Also, notice how, since this is an Age 2 card, in Wars of Liberty you get 2 free villagers instead of 1, making the cards of India in this mod a lot better than the ones in Legacy. Yeah, and if you go to like an Age 4 shipment like this, you get 4 free villagers from it. That's really good. It's really powerful. Trying to see here, though, what Nathan's planning. He's going to go hard rush on the Red Armies, it looks like. Reason he swapped to the Red Army at the Summer Palace is because the cheaper armies are usually trained quicker at the building, so that means he'll actually get units more often going with the Red Army versus the blue one. He also just shipped in the shipment of 6 Nien Riders too. This is pretty nice. In this version, they got their siege property removed because they used to have a property where they had high siege and they were good at taking out buildings. The devs decided to make them like standard step riders, so now they're a little bit more boring, you know, but that's fine. They're a little bit less frustrating to deal with in rushes and stuff. And it helps establish the Tigerman as like the real siege unit, basically. I loved it when these Nien Riders had like all infantry multipliers and they could kill muskets as good as they could kill skirmishers. That was kind of funny. But I guess a lot of people like complained about it and they're like, dude, these guys are insane. Nobody wanted to deal with them, but yeah. Fun days. Alright, so it looks like the, I'm trying to see what's going on now. I think Nathan's trying to find his positioning here. He doesn't want to push in too deep until he's ready, though, because the TC is going to, like, grind all his Chukanus. He's getting the Tigerman on top of the Karnamata. He's struggling to commit, I think. He's trying to figure out what to do now, because now he's dealing with, like, an 18 range skirmisher, which is super annoying for him. Oh, he should stop hesitating. Like, he's losing Bill's units for free, man. Either go all in or back up and, like, build an army or something, you know? Don't hesitate. Just like Emperor Palpatine said, show no mercy to the Jedi Temple. Literally that. Just go in, rip apart the Karnamata, get something out of this exchange so it's not a waste, and then retreat. Getting rid of a Karnamata wonder is a huge deal, because that's going to like hurt his economy for the rest of the game. That does volumes. And plus, it's going to make it easier for you to push towards the town center, because there'll be more mobility in the base. You really ought to get that wonder down ASAP, pronto. And it's like, you know, you have all the time you need to get rid of it, because I don't think Goemu's going to pay a ton of food to repair this thing. It'd be kind of dumb to do, so I don't think he'll do that. Looks like Goemu is going to get his consulate, though. Yeah, Nathan's going to get his, too. Let's see what they are. I'm kind of curious. What did these guys open up with? I would assume Goemu might go Ottomans and go Abbas guns, yeah. Yeah, the Ottoman consul in Wars of Liberty is kind of fire, because instead of just getting a couple of hand calves, you literally get Abbas guns. So if Goemu really wants to, he could go Ottoman consul and just pop out like 4 Abbas guns, and that would be a huge threat. Yeah, I know. That's why I said, the consulate options make these Asian civs more unique than probably the changes they made to the civs themselves. Because a 4 Abbas gun Ottoman consulate is way more scary than 3 Delhis or 3 Hussars or whatever. I think you agree with that. I'd rather deal with 3 Hussars and like 4 Abyss guns, because Abyss guns can be used for so many more things than hand cav can. Hand cav, you know, like instantly dies to like pikes and muskets. Abyss wipes all that stuff out. That kills dragoons. It can kill artillery. Abyss is a real flexible weapon. Oh, he goes British. He goes British. He's gonna probably go grasshoppers, which are basically renamed green jackets. Pretty much British skirms. He's got the chakram shipment in here. That's gonna be dangerous. In Wars of Liberty, they updated the chakram to have full anti-infantry multipliers, which means he's even deadlier than he is in Definitive Edition, because he can do just as much damage to a skirmisher as he can a musketeer, making these chakrams really scary units, yeah. Yep, watch out for these 3x anti-infantry chakrams. They're going to do a lot of damage. Because normally, you know, in DE... Oh, look at that snare, by the way. Good move by Goimu. He's going to move in with his Rajputs as well. Tigerman there, trying to... I think he should have pushed out a bit with the Tigerman a bit sooner, because now he's facing the full brunt of Sawars in front of his stuff, and there's nothing he can do about it. Oh god, look at these chakrams. The chakrams are just melting him. Melting him like butter on bread. Oh god, these chakrams are scary. Yeah, because in DE, everybody talked highly of the Tiger Claw shipment for India, whereas in Wars of Liberty, the chakram shipment is just as dangerous, sometimes even more, because they have anti-infantry multipliers, which makes them actually more deadly than the Tiger Claws, because they can kill both muskets and skirmishers, whereas the Tigerman can only kill skirmishers. So yeah, no. Chakrams are a real threat here in this mod. And it's not just the India Civ that can ship them in. The Afghans can get them too, because, you know, the Sikh lands are right across the pond from the Afghans. So the Afghan Civ can also ship in chakrams too. They even get the infinite shipment of them, which you've seen me use a lot of my decks. So yeah, I love running chakrams and Quizzlebash with my Afghan Civ. Giselle Cheese and, you know, Dual Talabs, and then just run an army of chakrams and sepoys behind them. It's really good. Alright, so what is Nathan again for his consulate? He went Russia, and he got a batch of Opolshenets here. Opolshenai pikemen. That's probably a good play, because he was able to get 2 batches of them very quickly, and now he has about 26 Russian Opolshenet pikemen ready to go now. He also just sent in the flamethrower shipment there with the Chukanu. He can still defend it with the bottleneck that he set up here. Let's see if the bottleneck ends up helping Nathan or ends up making him suffer. Yeah. So he's running the pikeman here away from the cab, which is already kind of sus. He's breaking a bit through, which is important. He needs to break through this army and push into Goimu's position. Oh, the chakrams are melting him. The chakrams are melting him. Yeah, the chakrams are melting. Even the flamethrowers can get slaughtered by these chakrams, because, as you know, flamethrowers count as infantry. This means that the chakram is doing like over 50, 60 damage to flamethrowers, which is like unheard of. Yeah, the pierce armor is a factor, but still, you'd be surprised how much damage chakrams do against a flamethrower. Very dangerous unit, yeah. It looks like Nathan was not able to leverage the choke point, which is kind of sad, because I felt like Nathan had the better base. He had the ball neck here, whereas Goimu had a wide opening in the Hindu Kush mountain area. He was kind of in a tougher position, but he made it work better. Whereas Nathan wasn't able to really, you know, leverage this ball neck in his favor. That's why I said he should go for this mines and hunts out here first, and then eat everything in here afterwards, so that way he would have reserves. And he could have lasted a lot longer and maybe, you know, built a huge mass of elite stuff and pushed out. I blame it, though, on the chakram shipment. The chakrams were awfully dangerous there. Oh, big time. Adding 3x infantry to chakrams is, like, really dangerous. Very, very dangerous, man. Alright, so we're booing up now. Let's see here. Cool. We're going to look at game number 2 now. I'm hoping we see some more Liberty Civs this time. That was certainly a good match. I liked it. But let's get some more Liberty Civs in here for people, you know? We got Definitive Edition viewers today, potentially. Let's show them all the cool new Civs that we got. Trying to see here. So what was the name of the recording we just had? It was Nathan, right? Yep, right here. This one. Check this one right now. Cool. Game number 2. I'm wondering what Civs they're going to run this time. It's loading right now. We got Nathan as Chinese again on Mesopotamian marshes. And we got Gommiustan as Colombia. Okay, we got Colombia versus China. This should be fascinating. Gran Colombia is a very strong civ with a lot of aggressive potential. Oh wow, look at the good treasure he's picking up. He's picking up about 120 gold. This should be golden. An ancient cool worth 220 gold. That would be great. See, the thing about the Colombia civ is they have a lot of flexible choices in how they can obtain units. They can go like the immigrant route, or they can go the ultimate unit route through their member states, which is a little bit different than the other Latin American civs. Because with all the other Latin American civs, you age up with immigrant colonies, and thus you play heavily around immigrants the whole game. Whereas Colombia can completely say no to that whole thing and go just collect extra ultimate units that they can train later from their presidential palace. So there is multiple ways to do Colombia. Even if you did want to play full member states, you can still sort of ship in some immigrant colonies from the home city, like the Spanish colony and the German one too. So there's a lot of ways to do Colombia. So right here you see something called a tent. There's 2 sets of buildings that Colombia gets. They get regular buildings and they get tents. The tents are basically these structures that have no line of sight. So if you look at Fog of War, they have no line of sight. They're totally blind. They're also less HP than the mother building, but they're cheaper. They're half cost. So to build a tent, it's only 50 wood. To build a house, it'll be 100 wood. But the house will obviously have line of sight and be durable, more sturdy. Whereas the tent, it's cheaper and more spammable. Yeah. There's also a rule that you can't build the tents within a certain vicinity of your town center. You have to build regular buildings near your TC. And if you want to use the tents, you have to build them out onto the map or towards your enemy's base, basically. Yeah. There's about 3 tents you can build. You can build the tent house, gives you population. You can build a tent barracks to make infantry. You can build a tent stable to get cavalry. Those are your 3 tents. And they're not built by the villagers. They're actually built by your infantry, including your explorer here that looks awfully like Simon Bolivar here. So yeah, you can use your explorer. Actually, you can build your tents with any infantry or cavalry, actually. Yeah. If you have lancers, dragoons, you can build tent barracks or stables with them too. That's right, I just remember that. Colombia is really good at building forward bases very cheaply with these tents. That's their main caveat, I would say. Also, since they're Latin American civ, they get a unique villager. The Colombian villages here have extra melee attack. That's sort of their caveat. So if they get raided by, say, Nien Riders, Quang Pikemen, or whatever, they're going to cut them down with their sabers very quickly. Because you can even see a sword in the unit icon there. And that sword is very helpful for basically cutting through all sorts of units, right? So yeah, let's look at the deck of Colombia so we can figure this out. We see 3 vills called Juanas. We got Supremacism, improves your explorer in combat and gives him a powerful cannon attack. Yeah. It's a cool ability that allows the explorer to literally pull a cannon out of his pocket and then shoot it at the enemy. I'm not even kidding. A cannon comes out of nowhere and he just blasts him with a falconet. It's insane. And then you get this cool card too for explorers called Admirable Campaign. Gives you a second explorer. Allows you to have an extra explorer, and explorers now increase the XP bounty from nearby fallen enemies. So yeah, basically they gain the ability of the Aztec War Chief to boost your XP bounty from nearby military units, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Because as you'll see, there are some units in Colombia that are really good at killing units, and if you run this card with them, you're going to get a huge farm of XP very quickly. So yeah, should be interesting. What is he aging up with? He's aging up with the Panamanian contrabandists. That means that he'll have access to the Panamanian ultimate unit, the Canal Police, from the presidential palace later, which he does have. Because I've seen some people accidentally not include this card and then they like really screw themselves real bad. You should always run presidential palace to get your ultimate units. It's like a given. Another important card here too is Emperor of Galapagos. It actually allows you to spawn turtles from your mills. Yeah, like if you build a mill, the mills will actually give you free huntables over time that you can eat. So yeah, running cards like Furrier and stuff with Colombia is actually really good because you'll be able to utilize hunts throughout the game, which is great. Go outside for, so just give me a quick second. It's a bit late in the game, so I don't want to like miss anything per se. Take too long, I hoped. Alright. Just had a pizza delivery come over, so I had to bring it in. So here we are. Colombia is now waged up with the Panamanian contrabandists. Gives you about 4 of those silver coin crates we talked about yesterday. Crates that basically have 110 gold instead of 100 gold, making them slightly more efficient. Good for setting up a fast fortress, which we might see. Because look, 700 coin. That means fast fortress, naked fast fortress. Yeah. And why would Colombia might want to do that? Mainly because they have a really good unit called the Voltagero in Age 3 that they love to spam. So, honestly, naked fast fortress would totally be an appropriate play for Colombia. Whereas China, I think China's going to play more aggression again, right? Send up Consulate and War Academy side by side. Shipping in Tigerman first. And I would assume Diplomatic Intrigue might be coming in second. At least I think so. It'd be a good timing to do so, I think. That way he could get out a batch of Opelshin at Pikemen to help him siege his enemy. And then he'll be able to forward the second batch rather close to the first. Which would be good. I think that could be disastrous, though, if Gommiustan does get the fast fortress. He could get the Voltageros, and those would obliterate all heavy infantry. Because the Voltagero is a skirmisher that, instead of acting like a normal skirm, it shoots its rifle one time, and then it pulls a machete out and goes into melee combat, dealing splash damage. It's literally just an Arumi with a machete and a gun. Basically that. Imagine if Arumis pulled out like a rifle and shot their units before they pulled out their sword. That's kind of what the Voltageros do, basically. One key difference, though, is that the Voltageros do hand damage instead of pierce damage, which means they will be slightly weaker against the heavy infantry because of the hack armor on the heavy infantry, but it means they're actually better at gutting like skirmishers and dragoons across the board, unless they're like horse archers or something. Yeah. This time he'll be going German consulate allies. So he's got Germany. Jawohl. For Germany, you do not get the Doppelcylinders in early game. You actually get access to line infantry. Maykoff for line infantry. So, kind of like the British in a way, because he'll have a nice army of musketeers to support his army with, which is quite good. Yeah. So, he'll go in with probably an army of Tigermen, the Manchu, basically the same as the Kijiks, and then you'll have your line infantry in from the Germans. He still needs some XP for the Diplomatic Intrigue, though, but it looks like he sent the allies before he did that. I think he should have just waited, because then he would have saved about 75 export. Because look, you're not going to be able to afford your stuff right away. Oh, he's not even going with Diplomatic Intrigue. Okay. So he might just be going for the trickles. Still, I would have, been a bit more greedy there if it was me, but that's fine. Because the other benefit, of course, is, with German allies, is it makes your stuff cheaper, too, for the banner armies. Yeah. It looks like Goimu will be actually going with some sort of aggression here. He is going for a double tent barracks conscript rush. So he'll be going conscriptos, land American muskets. Yeah, so I thought he was going fast fortress, but looks like he actually is going to go conscriptos. Changes things up a little bit. It means he's going to go all-in musket, which I think could be pretty good. As you know, China does not have access to musketeers. He can only train little batches of them through the German consulate. That's about it. But by far, Gommiustan will overwhelm Nathan with huge armies of muskets, it looks like. At least that's what he's planning on. Compared to regular muskets, the conscriptos, I believe, have a greater hand attack. I think they have slightly more siege than a standard musket, and I think they have some more HP, too. They actually have a bit more range attack, like 24 instead of 23. So yeah, conscriptos are no slouches. They're actually pretty strong. Gotta be careful of them. Colombia gets them as Royal Guard as well, so even better. Right now he's got about 11. Might be a little bit underwhelming. Yeah, no. He might need some more. Oh, he's got too many Chukanus, man. God. You might need to retreat a bit. Unfortunately, now it's a little late because he's being snared, but I would take the conscripts that you are making out of the tent barracks and shoot them back here and get them out. Because it looks like Nathan hit you pretty hard there with that push. Oh god, this is a huge offense by Nathan. This is a big offense. Yeah, I feel like Colombia can sometimes be a bit slow to get going. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. It looks like a classic Chinese push. Way too much for a Colombia offense. Colombia offense, I feel like, does better against some weaker civs, but against China, don't compete against the Chinese in 1v1 and expect to win aggro game. I think he should have went with the Fast Fortress. Fast Fortress would have guaranteed that he kills the Chukanus, that he kills the Manchus, that he kills the Tigermen. Heck, he could even kill the Nien Riders, too. He could even kill the Nien Riders. With the right numbers, of course. Because, of course, they'd be doing multipliers of him, and it'd be a little complicated, but yeah, no. I think he should have Fast Fortressed in the... And now he doesn't have the resources to do it, so it's like, man, you're in a bad position right now. He's shipping in about 2 cannons, 2 artisanals. That's going to give him some artillery here, but he's got nothing to protect it with. I think he completely fumbled this one by going too aggressive. Because I think, you know, you got to really know what you're doing if you're going Musketeer Rush against a China player. You really do. You got to be, like, really, really good with the micro and stuff. And I think he went in too deep with little troops. You know what I mean? He should have went in when he had, like, maybe, like, 20, 30, 40 conscripts. And then he would have been okay, but he went in too early. Because, you know, China really specializes in a skirmisher unit, so... Yeah. That can put you in a bad, precarious situation. And I think that's exactly what happened here, from the looks of it. We'll find out, though. I mean, I think it might be alright. Might be super cool. We'll see. We'll see if it ends up coming to fruition or not. In all honesty, I believe that the push should be pretty strong here by China, from the looks of it. We'll see, though. Okay, so he's coming in on the TC. Gommiustan can send in his Sereno emergency units. They're kind of Minutemen that use spears in melee. He's got a batch of Escopeteros. Good unit. I frankly think he should have just spammed Escopetero instead of Conscript. Particularly against China. Because I feel like the Escopeteros counter most of the early game Chinese stuff better than the Conscripts do. Yeah. Because there's only one unit you have to worry about, which is the Nien Rider. Whereas the Escopeteros... yeah, no. Totally should have started Escopetero, I think. Yeah, but look at how good the Escopeteros are doing. They're like cleaning stuff up on the peripheries there. I feel like a simple unit choice mistake caused Goemon the match from the looks of it. Yeah, it's going to be really hard to come back from this now. Because he just doesn't have the mass. If he had, like, say, like 20 more Escopeteros, he would have been fine here. He would have cleaned up all this infantry stuff, all the cav archer stuff, and it would have been done already. Now he's just trying to, like, reclaim from up north here. But yeah, it's tough. Yeah, but that's one thing that's good about Colombia, though. Most civs, they wouldn't be able to put down 200 wood costing barracks up here to defend their base when it's being sieged. But Colombia can. And that's the difference between Colombia and other civs. If it was another civ facing this situation, they would have, you know, conceded. But in this case, Colombia can fight on for a bit longer and try to, like, do a counterattack from the north. And I think that it could work, but I'm not sure. Oh god, his vills are exposed. His vills are exposed right now. Oh no, his vills are exposed. What do you do, man? Coming with Escopeteros. Oh god. Yeah, he's getting cooked. He's getting overwhelmed. This is when China becomes real deadly. Tell me about. You don't want to run into China when they're swarming you like this. It's really bad, yeah. I do appreciate that Goemon did try to do the northern tent barracks counterattack, though. That was kind of a good showcase of why Colombia is a pretty good civ for military stuff, but still, just not the right implementation, I'm afraid. Yeah. Totally in this situation, I would have went Escopetero. If you didn't see the Manchu there, you could have also went Mushatero as well. But yeah, no. Definitely would have went with one of those, I think. Because now he has the flamethrower, and he's going to be forced to go into melee against it to kill it, probably. But how do you do that with all the range stuff covering his troops? It's like, you got yourself a real tough situation there, my friend. Not good. It's really scary. I don't know what you're going to do, but hey, it's going to be a tough one. How much wood does he have? He has like enough wood for like another tent barracks or two, but can he really expect to get much done? He's got Herbals here. It's going to keep him alive a bit longer. He's got some wood choppers up here. But how many vills are you really on? You are on 19 vills versus China, which is looking at about 37. So they doubles your vill count. His vill count is double, and he's got the superior army. That is really hard to come back from right now. Nathan would have to throw the game and just hide it in his base or something for you to even conceivably return from that. Even then, he'll just outboom you anyways. It's really tough. He is going forward with some conscriptos to see if maybe he can do a raid or something, maybe kill off a vill or two. Honestly, the only chance you got in this situation is do a ton of raiding with whatever army you got. He's going to ship in more Nien Riders now. Seal the deal. Okay, so he's got another tent barracks down. He's got a ton of food. He's getting some wood. He's getting another house down. So he's built like a real barracks here plus a tent barracks. So that means he can produce stuff out of the barracks and he can produce stuff out of the tent barracks. The barracks was a more expensive build, obviously, but the tent barracks should be a bit cheaper. So yeah, that'll be good. Okay, the conscripts are here. He might get a raid done. He might be able to lop off a vill or two. Yes, he gets one. He gets one. He could have went. Nathan should have went into the village, by the way. It's kind of silly that he's going this way, honestly. Not that it matters at this point, but if it was me, I'd go into the village. I wouldn't have gone to the TC. Because you just hide in the village and let your troops clean it up, and then you come back out and do whatever work you were doing. Going into the TC takes extra time to get back to that area. Plus, it's more chance for the conscripts to shoot your villagers too. Yeah, just to show that I'm willing to give advice to both sides. I'm not gonna be super critical of Gommiustan for losing this one because I'm like, yeah. I mean, he had the right idea. He just implemented it in a weird way. Oh god, they still have that bug with the Treasure Guardian dervishes. That's annoying. Yeah, I guess so. Because he should take his Explorer and collect this so he can claim this Treasure Guardian. This native unit, that'd be great. What about now though? He's got about 2 Excopateros here. He's gonna get about 2 more. Yeah, you're just being overwhelmed way too much. I feel like if I was Colombia, I would have defaulted to Escopetero against China. Conscripto to me would feel very taboo. I mean, yeah, conscriptos are good. They're better than line infantry in these combat situations, but why waste out a good unit like the Escopetero that's basically a crossbowman with a shotgun that does splash damage? Yeah, I didn't mention that part. I didn't mention that the Escopetero does splash damage. Look at the range attack. One area damage. It does splash. It does as much splash damage as a samurai does in melee. Good skirmisher. Why would you waste making that? Because he could have controlled the battlefield a lot better here and it wouldn't have gone so overwhelming. Yeah. And then he could have shipped in some cannons to shoot his flamethrower and it would have been kind of okay. And if you ran to too many Nien Riders, then you just make some Pardo Spearmen, and then you make the Conscriptos, and then you got a good viable comp. Or, like I said at the start, just go Fast Fortress into Voltageros. That would have been a good solution. Because I think he had the gold for it, he just needed to get the food, and he could have, eaten his herbals for that, and it would have been alright. Yeah. I think the only reason he didn't do that was because Voltageros are kind of expensive, and you really need to micro them good. I think he was worried that he was going to lose him too soon and maybe get overwhelmed by his mass, which is understandable. It's understandable. I'm not going to sit here and try to say, you made the wrong play by not going Fast Fortress Voltigero, because I think it would have been a great play to go with, and it would have been quite solid, actually. Yeah, totally. So, yeah, we're going to restart into game number 3 now. I look the next treasure I will take. He's like, yeah, tell me about. I had a treasure, 350 food for only 2 guardians, not very strong. Oh yeah, that's the case with the Middle East maps. You get some really insane treasures. Totally insane treasures, actually. I think in particular, the best treasure I've found on the Middle East maps is the one that gives you a covered wagon. Because it's like so good for a Middle East civ to have a covered wagon, because their TCs cost like 750 wood versus the 500 wood of some of the European civs. And then, of course, if you get it as the Inca, then the Inca, are saving gold on it because they build buildings with gold instead of wood. So, yeah, lots of cool little facts like that. So now we're looking at game number 3. Right now, it's 1-1 right now. These guys are kind of neck and neck. Let's see what map they go on to now. I appreciate that they're doing it on Middle East maps to prepare for my tournament. I like that. Alright, so they're coming back to, Did we just see this? Wait a second. That's weird. What kind of recording was that, man? Whoa. That was very weird. Was there a glitch or something? Oh. That's very strange. Let's go to game number 4 then. I don't know who won that one. I'm gonna give a point to everybody then, so let's just assume we're 2-2 right now, or maybe we're 1-1. I don't know. Maybe they had to replay that one. Who knows? Let's go to game number 4 then. This one. Game number 4. Hopefully we see actual match this time. It's loading right now. Okay. What is going on with these games, man? And it's Colombia. These recordings are all glitched or something. Let me restart again. God, this is bad. Like something wrong with your recording software or something? Ugh, well, at least we got 2 games in, so. I don't know what to say about that. Game number 5. Kind of scared. We just lost 2 recordings in a row. So I'll lose another one. Okay, so we got Nathan playing as Chinese, and we got Gommiustan playing as the Colombians again. Alright, so right away we see a very good treasure here that Gommiustan is getting, which is the Zalakwa Valley. Grants an extra 10% to melee unit attack. So in this situation, I would say Gommiustan might consider going with the I would say you might want to consider going Mushatero Llanero this time, if it was me personally. Yeah, no, totally. That's what I would consider doing. I'm just looking on the map to make sure that it is totally a different map. Yeah, it is a different map because I don't see the treasure guardian there that was attacking his stuff earlier. Yeah, totally. So this is indeed a new layout. Good. So yeah, I think in this matchup, Gommiustan has to basically reassess his Colombia strategy and make sure that he can respond to China more appropriately. Yeah. Because the first game, I feel like he was doing some stuff that was kind of questionable. I thought at first, okay, maybe Conscripto might work, and then I saw, no. The Chukanus are too dangerous against the Conscriptos. You really can't afford to run Conscripto play against the Chinese, mainly because Conscriptos, for all the goods about them, They are more expensive than your line infantry are, especially in gold, I believe. So, can be a bit dicey. He is picking up hunting dogs, though, from his market early. That's a good idea. Give him a bit of extra food. But yeah, no, I think this time you got like three possibilities. You go Fast Fortress into Voltigero, or you can stay in Age 2 and do either Mushatero or Escopetero. And then obviously if he does like Manchu, then you throw in Escopetero to back up the Mushateros, and that's what you do. Yeah, something like that. And then when you're ready to siege, just throw in some like Pardos for Spearmen and then go siege. Because here's the thing, if you go Mushatero, Pardo, Escopetero, the Spearmen, the Mushatero, and then the early game Skirm, they're all food and wood units. They're all trash units. So you can do that completely gold free and then be able to use that gold to like age up, get market techs, invest in things. It could be very good for you to do that. Very smart, actually. So that's what I would maybe consider doing this time, personally. We'll see, though. I mean, obviously, he's going to have to be very strategic here, but, yeah. Let the watch it and make sure everything's good. Totally. Alright, so it looks like Nathan's got a village, right? Obviously, on this map, Mesopotamian marshes, livestock pens are like really good commodities because you get so many water buffaloes on this map if you just search around a bit. You usually get one around your base, and then you'll find some on some of the other grassy areas on the Euphrates River, which this is. And if you can find them, then yeah, it's quite good. Looks like you got your monastery rickshaw there from the Chinese shipment. He's got the Holy Refuge. That will give him some nice early game XP since monasteries trickle XP in Definitive Edition, as well as Wars of Liberty in both of those situations. So this will actually give some good XP. Also, looking at the deck, his aggro deck looks pretty okay too. So I don't see any problems here on that side of things. Alright, he can age up right now, and he probably should. Do a 15 villager age up. With, is he going to go Pandemanians again, or what? He might change it up again, honestly. He is going with the Pandemanian Contrabandist again. It's a pretty smart idea. But yeah, no, he's got to change up his game plan in this match, otherwise he's going to get cooked again. He's got to be very, very careful what he picks. Very careful what he picks. He's picking up Copper Axe Head right now, or Sharp Double-Bladed Axe. That should help with the wood chopping. So yeah, I hope that wood chopping is going to be put into Escopeteros or Mushateros this time, instead of just simply the tent barracks. Yeah. I see this time he's put the tent barracks more defensively too. He stuck it up near the Jesuit site instead of like on one of the forward islands that way, which should lead to some, you know, defensibility, because I feel like you can technically play this out defensively as Columbia. Just mass up your infantry, cream them in your base, and then push on him after that with some spearmen. That's what I was kind of suggesting before. But we'll see, though. It'll be tough. Nathan going up with Summer Palace, right? Yep, Summer Palace. That's like a go-to one. Whereas Gommiustan is going up with Panamanian Contrabandists to get the Canal Police unlocked at his presidential palace, plus about a 440 worth of coin crates in the form of silver coin crates, which are basically coin crates with an extra 10 in each coin crate, making them a little bit better. Placer mines coming in now. For the blind Americans, it's called stonewashing. Yep, stonewashing. Looks like he's almost aged up. Yep, there's his silver coin crates now. Let's see what his explorer's up to, because I see his explorer's on the move. I guarantee you he will probably build some tent barracks with this explorer. That seems like the likely move, I would say. Question is, where will those go? I see he's going up towards the Treasure Guardians in this direction, it looks like. towards the Salix. And then you got Wooden Structures, which is actually the second wood shopping card, or I should say wood shopping market tech from the market. So he's going heavily into wood this time. That's telling me he's probably going to go Escopetero this time and maybe Mushatero and Pardo, which I think is probably the smart play. Yeah. Let's see what he does with that 700 wood plus the second wood market tech, and if he can put that to good use. So he's already got a tent barracks somewhere, it looks like. He's got a real barracks. Okay, so he built like an actual barracks. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to build like a real barracks in your base, that's cool. Because obviously the barracks, well, you know, it's going to cost 200 wood versus the 100 wood of the tent barracks out on the map. Means that you'll be able to use this more defensively. And then if you do make it to age 3, then you can research your veteran Escopetero upgrade here too, to get them a bit stronger for age 3. He's also going to build a second barracks in his base. So he's opting not to go tent barracks at all, and he's just going full regular barracks, which I think is okay. It's okay to go full regular barracks, though it will cut down on some of the wood you can spend on your infantry. So I'd be a little careful of that, but otherwise it's fine. Still went for the tent house, though. Still went the tent house. The only problem with tents, of course, is that they don't have line of sight. So if you do Fog of War, well, they don't have any line of sight in Age 1, it looks like. It looks like now they have some line of sight, but yeah, in Age 1 they don't have any line of sight. They're just sort of like blind, like Mr. Magoo. Once you get to like Age 2, then they can see some stuff. Let's see if he gets another fill out, probably. Okay, he's got plenty of shipments in here. I just hope he puts it to good use. Yeah. It's getting down a regular house over here, it looks like. Yep. Very nice. Gets out some more Escopeteros, right? Yeah, very nice. If he stacks Escopetero, it's going to be really hard for China to push in right away. He'll have to like wait till like age 3 and maybe get some more advanced stuff like Banner Cav, maybe a big stack of flamethrowers, and then go with the assault then. So that should work in his favor, honestly, I think. Probably. Shipping in about 5 Wanas, 2 from the home city, about 5 Vils. We'll boost his eco up a bit, which is great. Let's see what Nathan's up to, though. I want to see like his push. So he's gonna go yellow. He's gonna go yellow banner armies. All right, that helps Gommiustan a whole lot because both of the units from that banner army, the Escopeteros, absolutely cook. They're gonna get completely smoked by those Escopeteros, and not just because of the multipliers, but by the fact that the Escopetero has that one area of effect in its ranged attack, so it's doing 1 splash, which means it's gonna have no problem dealing with the swarm of Tigermen and Manchu, by far. But he is also making the red banner army with the Chukanus and the Tigermen. He's also shipping in the Nien Rider shipment, so about 6 Nien Rider calves. So it's going to be a little bit more complicated, but I don't think it will as long as he stacks. Because Nien Riders, while they do cut through skirms, they're a weak 1-pop cav unit. Kind of like Cossacks in a way, so shouldn't be too much of a threat if you can stack your infantry. Yeah. Shouldn't be too much of a concern, I would say. Alright, a second War Academy is down. Oh, he's getting big treasures down here, too. Look at that. The ruins of Babylonian Ishtar Gate worth 700 gold. That's a lot of gold. The Ishtar Gate. Oh, big time. He could get some flamethrowers out of that if he can get a castle down. Does he have a castle card? Yeah, I was going to say, if he ships in a castle and puts that down, he could, like, get a ton of, like, flamethrowers out of that and really become a threat. Because the one thing I would say that would really threaten Escopetero would be flamethrowers. Only problem is Nathan, does Nathan know about his base at all? Does he know what's coming? Okay, so he knows about the barracks, so he's probably seen maybe some of these Escopeteros at this point. So, yeah. I wonder if that's going to affect, or maybe not, because he's still doing these yellow banner armies. As soon as I see Escopetero, I'm swapping my Summer Palace to blue banner armies, so I at least have Nien Riders. Right, Nien Riders is a counter, and then the Chukanu is a potential massive range unit that can maybe battle the Escopeteros, be it at a poor rate, but something. Yeah. Also, Goemu got his ship into 2 artisanal cannons. That will be kind of serious as well. As you can see right here. Artisanal cannons are kind of like the Swedish leather guns in a way. From Definitive Edition, you know, those like really cheap, weak cannons that the Swedes get in Age 2. Yeah, all Latin American civs can build those types of cannons here with the artisanals. They definitely look a lot different, and I think they're actually slower because instead of being drawn by like a horse or whatever, they're like only like 3 movement speed, so they do take a while to get moving. So you have to be careful of that. Looks like more Vills coming out, as well as more Escopeteros. House is coming out right there, looks like. Very good. Very nice. Looks like the HP is coming in now. That's good. Yeah, infantry, gunpowder infantry HP it's called. It benefits all your gunpowder infantry units, so that includes Escopeteros. They'll get a bit tankier. Should be able to survive a bit more. I'm trying to like watch the Nien Rider numbers on Nathan's side though. Okay, he goes Russians too. So the Russians will give him up. We'll send it pikemen. Yeah. That is not a good thing for us. That is not a good thing to fight Escopeteros with, I'm just saying. Unless he plans on swarming. If he swarms, maybe there'll be a threat. But which he could. I mean, he could swarm him with the Nien Riders and have the Spearmen doing hand damage into the Escopetero ranks. That could be dangerous, so I will say there is potential there of some risk. Okay, he's got a lot of Nien Riders, though. I don't know how this will turn out. So let's see. This fight matters a lot. How it goes will determine the rest of the game. If, like, Gommiustan gets completely smoked, he is going to lose this. But if he can, like, make this work, at least kill the Nien Riders and kill a lot of the infantry and, like, settle the score, then it should go a lot better. I would maybe even consider bringing some of my Vills up with their hand attack, since the Wandas have such good melee attack, and like maybe trying to kill some of this stuff on your flanks and your peripheries and going after the infantry, yeah. Okay, it looks like the Artisanal is still alive, killing some Chukanus. I like that, though. Okay, so Gommiustan was able to do enough damage to get Nathan out of his base. That is a big difference from the last game. In the first game, Gommiustan had like no mass, and he got completely smoked. Now he has a mass that actually worked, and actually killed all of his scout units, and a good number of his other units too. All of his hand units are dead as well. That is big, because now Nathan doesn't have any gold, so he's actually going to have to look for some more mines around here, like this one, and actually get out some more Nien Riders. Because he doesn't have that Nien Rider shipping anymore. He's going to have to find a way to get some more scout units. Because this kind of changes the calculus quite a bit. Right? So it looks like Goemu is going to train more Escopeteros, since that works. And he's going to ship in about 3 Llaneros, which is his hand cavalry. Llaneros are basically kind of like Sawars. You know how the Sawars work? You know, they have multipliers against skirmishers. They're just like that. But they're kind of like a Yulon as well, so they have low HP compared to a Sawar, but they do more damage. So they're good for like ripping through skirmishers. I think if he can get those on top of the Chukanus with this army of Escopeteros, you should be in okay shape, honestly. Should be fine. Totally fine, actually. I like this sturdy mass of Escopeteros, though, and I like how he's doing a timing attack now to try to settle the score before Nathan accumulates too much stuff. That, I think, is a smart plan. I like how he has some of his emergency units in the front, too, to distract some of the ranged troops a bit, so he can survive here a bit longer. Okay, so the flamethrower has come out, and that will be certainly a big problem. Gommiustan can potentially do... He has to kill the Opalshenets first, because that's like a big meat shield, prevent him from going after the ranged things. Flamethrower is still a threat. He has to draw that flamethrower out so the Yaneros can, like, take a stab at him. But he really can't do that till the Opalshenets are dead. So it does take a bit of layers to it. Or he could try to shoot the flamethrower directly with the Escopeteros, too, and just use the Yaneros for the Chukanus. Okay, he's just going to use... Yep, that's a good thing about Escopeteros. Since they shoot multiple bullets with their shotgun, you can, like, get really lucky and have a ton of them go right into the same unit and just completely shred it. Just like Chukanus can sometimes be good against, like, battering rams and stuff in AoE 2 because of the number of projectiles they shoot, you know? Kind of like that. Okay, so the Yaneros get a little bit done, but not a lot. The Yaneros were pretty unremarkable there, which I was surprised by. Okay, it looks like the Escopetero mass is still there. It's killing hand units right now. He's gonna get... He killed all the hand units. He could take some shots at his range stuff. Once that mass of Chukanus is, like, dealt with, I think Columbia wins. It's just a matter of killing off that mass. But I don't think I think he knows he doesn't have the mass right now for it, so he needs to, like, reevaluate his options. Does he maybe get a stable up and do Yaneros now? Does he, you know, go to H3, get voltage arrows on top of that mass? What is his plan? I mean, even if he wanted to keep going Escopetero, he could go up to H3 and get both the veteran upgrade to add 20% stats, plus pick up buckshot to add more accuracy so that the bullets are more likely to actually hit units instead of missing. That could also lead to some success. Oh, he's going Foundry with the artisanal cannons. Artisanal cannon Escopetero. That works as long as you micro okay. If you micro okay, it's fine. If you micro poorly, it's bad. Looks like Nathan is still going, you know, this yellow banner army. I guess those Manchu will finally have a purpose with killing the cannons now. That's good at least. But I can't say about the rest, though. The rest is kind of uncertain, honestly. Yeah, it's a little risky everywhere else. Totally. Looks like China's going Fortress Age with, I'm assuming Confucian Academy, right? Confucian Academy? Okay, so that changes things a bit too. Whereas it looks like Gommiustan's going hard aggro with artisanal cans and Escopeteros. Yeah. I think if Gommiustan can force the fight now, before he gets up, that could cut Nathan at the knees. Maybe. So that way he doesn't have... Because... spending resources on an age up is a huge commitment. Because now, during this time period, he can't really train a ton of stuff right now, right? He's kind of forced to, like, be very strategic. Okay, the cannons forced the Manchu out. And the Manchu might be dealt with now. But now the conscriptos arrive, and now he has, like, a partial counter to the Nien Riders. So it's a little complicated, because, yeah, no, it looks like the conscriptos blast down the Nien Riders rather quick. However, the Tigermen find their way to the cannons, and they do apply some hard pressure to him. Okay, gets one more shot into the Chukanu, though. Unfortunately, not quite the mass, not quite the performance that Gommiustan wanted, I think. But look at the lack of resources on Nathan's side there. He's in a vulnerable position right now, so if Gommiustan can kind of micro his way around this, he might still be able to win the battle. And I think as soon as he knows his opponent aged up, he'll probably go back in for another slap once again. Oh, totally, yeah. He'll know to keep applying pressure if he knows his opponent's aged up, because he knows there's like a little critical window where the resources will be low, and then he can actually deliver the fatal blow. That's what I think he's going for right now, from the looks of it. Yeah, totally. So let's see if that ends up being the case or not. Yeah, totally. He's also picking up this admirable campaign. Yeah, at this point, that's all I can send, right? Eventually, though, you need to consider sending your Emperor of Galapagos right now. Because once you get your Galapagos in there, you can actually get free turtles from your mills, and you'll be able to eat those hunts throughout the match. That I think you need to focus on next, honestly. Yeah, totally. Get your Galapagos card in gear. He's also going with some Pardos, too, to counter the End Rider threat, which I think is a good play, because I think you only needed like a couple of Pardos well placed to deal with the Cav threat, and then it's off for the races to kill the range stuff. However, I think he went in a bit too early. He's going to have to micro this very carefully now. Okay, the Conscriptos are getting some kills there on the Cavalry. The Conscriptos are getting some work. Okay, let's see if we can get that. As if he was paying attention, he could have used this Conscripto to kill that Nean Rider a lot faster. Alright, Nean Riders are still alive. Once the hand units are dead, it looks a lot better for you. Yeah, no. Okay. Cannons are still alive, and then he's going to run forward with the Escopator. This is looking better, because now he can just hit him with cannons. Yeah, Nathan's going to just run out of there. He really doesn't want to take that fight, because he's going to lose a ton of mass. Once he loses mass, you know, things get really sideways. Avil does get killed, though, from Nathan. Yeah, Nathan does lose Avil to that Escopator there. However, it looks like Nathan is going to push forward with the Banner Cavalry, which... oh, God, don't do that. These are like assault calves. Like, they're going to get completely smoked by the Spearmen, and that's what happened. He just lost 2 very pricey units for free. They cost like 240 food apiece. They're very expensive. You don't want to lose them that easily. That was like a big throw right there. A big throw of units. And right now, you really can't afford to be throwing units, because it's going to take a while for Nathan's like economy to recuperate from the age up. So yeah, these few moments are kind of critical. Like, if you can survive now and maintain mass and grow, I think you're good. But if you like throw units like that, I think Gommiustan wins, because he just masses up and goes hard aggro. Because he knows he's got the good military to push you. He's got Escopator, he's got Artisanal Cannon, then he can throw some spears in. You could even add Mushatero in too, if you wanted to have the Cav option, and that would play into his food and the wood economy perfectly, because that costs food and wood. Alright, he's moving on to the war academies now, because he just took out the consulate. If he can wipe out like a war academy or two too, that'll be frustrating for Nathan, because then he'll have to get more wood and that'll stall his army production. That could actually be a pretty big hit there. But watch out for that army, Gommiustan. Okay, his spearmen get a good thrust. A good thrust with those spearmen. Look at him idling this range cav. Nathan's like throwing his cavalry. If he placed it right here and got them right where they needed to, this might have been a straight win for Nathan in this engagement. But unfortunately, he threw the Cav. Cav is now dead. And the Artisanal Cannons are still alive and killing his mass. I told you, Nathan cannot afford to lose mass of his range units. He needs a death ball of range units to stay alive here. If he loses that mass, he's done. And it looks like he's losing that mass right now. He's losing Chukanu, he's losing Zangoos, he's losing everything. Yeah, Zangoos are just Arquebusiers. They're like the H3 skirmisher from Definitive Edition. But look, Nathan gets hand mortars. He gets hand mortars to try to counter the Artisanals. I can't tell you if they'll be efficient, because here's the thing. Hand mortars are great, but they're not that strong, right? The Handmore's advantage is their like godlike range and their spammability. But with Latin America, they can get like a bajillion cannons, right? They can hit you from all angles with like 20, 30 cannons and go boop, 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 like that. And that'll like nullify the effect of the Handmores to some extent and force them to do more work, which, could be a big problem. Alright, it looks like Nathan has a ton of floating food, but he has like no wood and gold, and that's like hurting him right now. Like, he's got 2 war academies that could be doing stuff, and he can't even afford stuff right now. Whereas Gommiustan is taking in more cannons. Yeah. I kind of wish that he had like the German card in there, the Colonia Tavar, so that he could actually get German immigrant units in here, get some like Ulans mixed in with all this, because that would be a nice add-on too. They could rush the skirmishers with and really cap on them with very well. Looks like Goimu is still training Vils. He's getting in his Pardos right now. A couple of Pardos to deal with the threat there. I think he knows, he knows about the Handmores, so he is playing around that by just getting more artillery. Because if you get more artillery and you've spread them out, the hand mortars will not be a good counter to that, seeing that they're a bit of a weaker culverin, Because, that's basically what you want. Looks like right now, Goimu wants to apply more pressure, it looks like, And he just boosted his Explorer a second time with the second upgrade card. And his Explorer is looking really good right now. It's got like 767 HP. He's also going to start adding in Mushateros too, which is another thing I suggested. Once you add Mushateros in, then you add like a handcap factor to your army. And you force Nathan into a much uneasier situation. So I think Mushatero Edition is really smart. Yeah, and eventually you want to get like your Galapagos Islands, and then you can put Vils onto the mill as well to get some food. That should be fine. The hand mortars only target the infantry for now. He's going to have to micro these good though if he's going to use them. He's not using them properly right now. Okay, oh god, the hand cannons are targeting the hand mortars head on with their crush damage. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Handmore's, if he groups his cannons together, they'll be a threat. But as long as Gommiustan distances cannons and spaces them out and stuff, Handmores are fine. I like how he's pushing them forward too when he's messing up the targeting. That's like really good actually. But you gotta make sure you target his units, man. Like, if you can target his units, wipe them out, great. Okay, the Handmores are now pretty much done. Spearmen thrusting into the assault units now. Ooh, good, he got another assault unit down. This is like a tough war right now. These guys are really battling it out. Cannons are actually doing some decent damage to the units too. It's like digging into some of the cabs. Alright, so mostly he's got assault right now. Mostly assault units. Which means you could just go heavy spearmen. You go with a heavy spearman play. Yeah, if you notice he's going like full assault, just make a bajillion spearmen and stuff. Go spearmen and assault. Like, if you go Mushatero spearmen now, then his unit kind of falls off the face there. Yeah. That's what I think he got now, honestly. More cannons for Gommiustan. What else does he pick up? So he gets more spearmen. Where are those Mushateros he did? Did he already send them? Yeah, I think he already sent them. So he's going to go spear or cannon. Like, I don't think you need cannons now, because he's going cav. You need mostly like spearmen. Get tons of spearmen. Maybe if he had Codizuma, I would say maybe look for an outlaw unit too to throw in as well for your gold. Like, use your food and wood for the spearmen, and then get a relevant outlaw to support them from the Codillo. Because, you got that option with Latin Americans too. You can always go outlaws As long as you send Codissimo. If you don't send Codissimo, I feel like Outlaws are kind of garbage. But if you send Codissimo, you can always go Outlaws pretty effectively, and it can be a really good play. Especially since Latin Americans can actually upgrade their Outlaws like regular military, with like a veteran, a guard, and Imperial upgrade, making them actually, viable military, which is really good. Boy, that's a lot of banner calves. He's going hard on banner calves. They still have some skirmish left and stuff, yeah. I think Gommiustan might be dead. Wait a minute, what is he doing? Is he aging up? What is he up to? He knows he's coming, right? I think he might be dead, yeah. Or he maybe thinks he needs Unets in H3 and it's too late now. Yeah, if he could do Unets, that'd be great too. That would like counter this whole thing. Because both the Meteor Hammer and the Banner Cav are both assault units. So you could run like full Unet against this and wipe it out. Unfortunately, you're too far back into the match now to really do that. Okay, and plus he sends a big consulate badge from the Russians. He's got Appelshenet Pikemen, and then he has the Sibiryaki Pastunis as well, these foot Cossacks. They're basically a scout unit like the Hussar. They're like very weak, but they have a splash attack and makes them good. Yeah, they do a splash attack where they get like 23 in one splash as a charge attack, and then they attack with the weaker hand attack similar to Coyote Runners here, basically. Oh, perfect. Yeah, good game by Nathan there. So it looks like Nathan's up 2-1 right now. Is that right? Now let's go into the next one right now. So it's getting dark in this room. I'm gonna put the light on right now. Alright, let's go into game number 6 then, technically. This one here? Yep, let's try this one now. So now we're playing on Karakum Desert, it looks like. Karakum. So we got Nathan as Uruguay. And Gommiustan is Colombia. So we got Colombia versus Uruguay. Interesting matchup. I feel like if it was me personally, I would say Uruguay is probably the favorite civ here, personally. Because Uruguay can basically go into a strong play of immigrant units, yeah. The thing that sets Uruguay apart from the other Latin American civs is they're the only civ that can train their immigrant units from military buildings for resources. Basically allowing the Uruguayans to actually save a ton of resources on military stuff because, well, other civs have to like get veteran and guard upgrades and spend a ton of wood and gold and everything. Uruguay can just fall back on their immigrant units alone and just have everything upgraded for free. It's really nice, yeah. I mean, you can still make other units like Escobateros, Lanceros, Pardos, and stuff. And they even get Royal Guard, Pardos, and Conscriptos. But overall, I think usually with Uruguay, you often just try to go immigrant units with outlaws and rarely make other things other than the Blandingues, usually. Yeah, pretty much. Same deck, right? Oh, he's got Codizimo now. Okay, so he's going with more of a Codillo setup this time. That's nice, because now Colombia will actually be able to use their outlaws, which could be pretty helpful, honestly, yeah. And then he has the card Yellow Liberalism that allows the outlaws to be 20% cheaper in gold. Very useful stuff. Whereas Uruguay, let's see what Uruguay is running. Uruguay is running pretty much a basic deck. Usually you start with Beltissimo because it's basically the same as Sumptuary Laws, but the resource rates on the food, wood, gold, and XP are slightly more because you don't have to account for export in the card, making it slightly better than Sumptuary Laws for gameplay. He's got a lineup of units, cards. He's got his Codillo stuff too, Codizimo, plus the Five Brothers, which allows outlaws to be trained 40% faster. He's got some WOTA cards in age 3 to ship in Horse Grenadiers as well as Cazador Montados, as well as his Blandingui. Yeah, because Blandingui is a very strong play to play as is Uruguay, so if you can get into Blandinguis, it can be very good. Plus, he has infinite shipments of Pardos, Pedantes, and Padreros. So this is an okay setup. A very okay setup, honestly. I don't have any qualms with that. One thing he runs that I don't usually run is he runs the counter marking here, which is a mining card. It's kind of like established Ironmonger, except for it's like lab civs, so it's about 20% mining improvement. I think that's honestly not a bad inclusion because it can help him with outlaw production in Age 2 and beyond, especially if he wants to go Cuchilleros. Because Cuchillero is a very popular outlaw unit with Uruguay. It's kind of an outlaw Mushatero. Since, Uruguay can't make Mushateros as part of their roster, they can make the outlaw ones, though. But they sort of just use like a machete and a shield, and they're pretty cool, actually. So yeah, that should be quite good. So he's going to go Polish Wave for Grenadiers. That can be a good play. It's particularly good against infantry. Since he knows Gommiustan likes his infantry with Colombia, I think, yeah, probably Danube Legion from the Polish colony is the way to go. Because he'll be able to train armies and armies of Grenadiers from his barracks in the form of the Danube Legion to counter him. Yeah. Because as you know, in War's Liberty, Grenadiers in this game are like a regular one-pop infantry unit that uses a musket, and then they throw their grenade as like a charge attack that they can do like every 60 seconds. So honestly, Danube Legion Grenadiers should be really good play here against Colombia. And then he could probably support it with Cuchilleros as well. That's what I did against El Zelda Verde's Afghans, if you remember a couple of weeks ago. He came at me with the Afghan civ, so I kind of hard countered him pretty good using Cuchilleros with Danube Legion Grenadiers. It was quite solid. So that was really nice. Very good. So, what is Nathan get? Gommiustan again? He went Panamanian contrabandist again? He could go Fast Fortress this time, too. Though the effects of which might be a little bit concerning. Well, the interesting thing is Voltageros, I don't think they get a malice against assault. They're just good against everything. Yeah, they can kind of do full damage against anything. Because they're very high risk, high reward. So, yeah. Going with the 700 gold. Is this looking? It's looking like a Fast Fortress right now. Because do we see any sort of tent buildings anywhere? We do not. No production buildings, no tents, no barracks. So that's telling me this is gonna be a Fast Fortress from Colombia into Voltageros. That's what it's looking like, honestly. Now I'm gonna be curious what he gets next. Does he get like an immigrant colony, or does he get another ultimate unit? Because he could go an ultimate unit to and actually play in the presidential palace, and like combine Canal Police and one of the other ultimate units that one of the Colombia member states has. Yeah, that's another option he can go for, honestly. Alright, he's aging up with CSA. He's going Confederacy. Confederacy and alright, that's alright. That's actually good. Because now he's gonna get a free agricultural wagon. And that agricultural wagon can make, oh, he doesn't have Galapagos, alright. I was like, wait a second, can he just get Galapagos with a mill from the agriculture? Nah, he fortunately can't now. Yeah. That's sad. Because that could have been really good synergy for him, I guess. So what does he get, though? He gets barracks, temple. So he's getting the temple for XP, I think, and then he's getting the barracks here. I'm wondering why he's getting the temple. He doesn't have that card that lets you make the mercenaries from the church, so I wonder what that's all about, honestly. Yeah, kind of weird. Here's the Cuchilleros right here. Basically like a sword and shield unit, pretty much. Almost coyote runners, but they're Juanito tacos, yeah. Since they're a Mosquitero type like hand infantry, they basically do splash attack. And they're considered assault units, so they're basically foot cavalry like the coyote runners, except they have hand armor and splash attack, making them even more dangerous. Plus anti-explorer multipliers too, so they're good at killing heroes. Oh god, he's got 9 Cuchilleros. That's not good. These can be very dangerous if you don't handle them properly. Guemu is aging up though, so we'll see. If he like kills his CSA wagon, that would be so bad. So CSA wagon's gonna go. Oh, he gets a batch of filibusters. Alright, so he's got a bit of units. Maybe he can defend with these filibusters, okay. These guys are basically like immigrant versions of the Hajduk's of the Balkan civs, which means they have stronger multipliers than average early skirms. Being able to like counter infantry as good as like H3 skirmishers in a way. Going for the treasure, I see, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna like need to grab that treasure so he can like convert the Tofangshi there, yeah. Yeah, now he's got the Tofangshi, so now he's got 7 skirmish units, which is really good. Oh, now he's got a shipment of units. This is good. Yeah, he just shipped in 5 units. He's in good shape because units have multipliers against assault, which means they should be able to pick up these Cochieros now. Yeah, pretty much. Now Nathan is forced to actually retreat from these guys now and have to get some other unit to fight him, basically. Picking up the cage trap here. This is his second hunting tech. Also trying to micro those units to try to raid some bills. Does have to be careful with the Cochieros hand attack and the Danube Legion's range attack though. So he has to be a little bit aware of his surroundings. He's got another shipment of units in here now. I mean, the Cochieros should be counterable now. And then he's going to get the Voltageros mixed in with them, which I think is a great move. Voltageros, as I said before, they're basically like Arumis, you know. They're skirmishers that use the machete to go into splash attack. And they do quite a bit of damage with it, basically. But before, like, doing the splash attack, they'll use their rifle to, like, shoot a shot at the unit. Allowing it to get some range value, even if they don't reach the target. And then, some good splash after that. Why not pick up the treasure so you can get a faster explorer? Also, I recommend before you engage with these Voltageros that you pick up Golia de Coromoro, so that your Voltageros will have more multipliers, basically. Yeah, pick up this Coromoro card before you fight, so that way your Voltageros will have about 2.75 against heavy infantry instead of what it has right now. God, look at all the raiding he's doing. That's insane. Oh boy. Crazy, crazy. And here comes the Voltageros now. That's like spooky, man. Really spooky. Oh, tell me about, like, I'm like, what's going on, son? That's insane. Ah, here he comes with the bolts. Oh boy. Wow. Yep. It's dropping them pretty quickly. That's a lot of them. Now he's got some Pardos for Siege. Interesting addition. He didn't get Karamoros yet, though. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need it. So he's trying to do double Danube Legion from the... Oh, he's sending battalions in. Alright, that makes sense. Good news is he's an age 3, so the battalions will be slightly larger now. 8 units instead of 6.
nunca me he de entregar a los brazos de la muerte. Maldito sea el soldado que odia las armas contra su pueblo.
Alright, now we're going to go into game number 7. So I saw some people doing arena. What's up with that? Looks like they're playing right now. Yep, they got 6 in there. Interesting. I think I'm gonna grab some stuff to eat. Starving a bit. Not gonna heat anything up. I'll just take a second to grab a bowl of some salsa stuff again. And then I'll come back and commentate mid-match probably as we watch the intro stuff.
Vad är din befallning?
چه کار کنم؟ بله.
احساس میکنم که قدرتمندتر هستم. خیلی متاسفم، قادر به انجام اون نیستم. کار کنم.
ما هي أوامرك؟
شمتویم.
احساس میکنم که قدرتمندتر است.
Livet vänder åter.
Tortilla and salsa stuff, but I wanted to like give an analysis of this and when I give you a summary of what happened. So pretty much Nathan went for a mass of Tofangchi skirmishers, right, and then later on he transitioned into more of the Nizam Adli scout units to counter the skirmishers, right. He also made a ship into Mosaks, which are basically a hybrid between a mortar and a culverin, pretty much. They're pretty solid. They can counter all sorts of stuff, making them pretty awesome, actually. And what else? Eventually, Goimu did make it to age 3, but he did so a little too late to really reap the benefit. I think what Nathan did here that won him the match was he actually added mercenaries in. Yeah, he had some of the scout mercenary units in, which made the skirmisher situation for Gommiustan especially difficult because half of his volunteers are being swept up by the mercenaries, and it also allowed him to go toe-to-toe with the hussars easier. Though another issue with Gommiustan was he didn't have the veteran hussar upgrade done quickly, so he kind of lost that last fight there because of that. During the match, you saw Nathan send emergency units called the Ujali from his mahalas here. That's sort of what you get pretty much to counter things on that side. Overall, Nathan played a pretty nice game of cat and mouse with his opponent, eventually adding in mercenaries again the win, which I thought was good. But I will say, if you wanted to be critical, in the early part of the match, well, not I said the early part, as soon as he was like in age 3 and he was ready to fight, he should have maybe upgraded his Nizam Adlis first at the Forge, and then used this card, Nizam Bakhtiyari, to actually upgrade the Tofangshis for free to veteran. And this could have saved him some resources and ensured his army was more optimized and upgraded quicker. too. Yeah. You could have also maybe went for the cannons as well here. That's another option, the Mitvas. But yeah, no, he executed pretty well. Sweden is not an easy civ to fight, but Nathan made it work. By playing skirmisher, he was able to prevent Gommiustan from playing into his favorite musket unit, the Beverangars there. Making it because here's the thing. If you can make it into a skirmisher game, I think Persians will, in most civs, will beat out the Swedes, because the Swedes don't have the best skirmishers, you know what I mean? Swedish skirmishers are not really that good. By far. I mean, in terms of cards, they're, yeah, no. They don't have any sort of upgrade cards for skirms except for, like, movement speed, which, like, who cares about movement speed? Yeah, exactly. I mean, back in the day, they used to have, like, a card that gave them, like, 2+2 range and H4, which made Swedish skirms pretty exceptional, but they don't have that anymore. It's just a movement speed card, so. I think Nathan making it in a game about skirmishers just won the game in that way. And honestly, on Gommiustan's side, he should have made it more about cavalry, right? If you knew your opponent was going skirms, you should have added in a ton of cavalry, because cavalry is where the Swedes do well. Particularly their assault ones, where they get this card, Komiskavaja, which gives their assault units multipliers against heavy infantry. So not only do the Swedish have like a weaker, cheaper version of the Cuirassier called the Hussatruppe, but they can send this card in and it actually gives them multipliers against heavy infantry too. Kind of making them a hybrid between a Cuirassier and an Escolta all in one, which could have like completely changed things. Also, the usage of allotments could have been good, but he didn't have the advanced cards for that, so what can you do? Yeah, either way, he fought pretty well. Royal Decree could be a little risky, because it makes your factories and sawmills stronger, but I think it makes your regular economy weaker. But then he could have shipped in Land Storming, and then improved Ski Troopers, basically those things. Could have been good. Yeah, maybe. We're going to game number 8 now. I'm going to keep being my stuff, and then I'll probably, if I finish, I'll start talking earlier this time, yeah. Let's boot it up right now. So far, this has been a good series. Totally a good series. Yeah. Definitely think the matchups have been pretty solid so far, honestly. Let me go into game number 8, right? Yep, game number 8. Nathan versus Gommiustan, game number 8. This one right here. And then we go into game number 9.
Oui? Oui. Votre ordre? Oui. Votre ordre. Prêt. Oui. Prêt. Oui. Oui.
Alright, I'm back. I'm done eating now so we can yap. Alright, so what we got here is a beautiful, beautiful turtle by Gommiustan. He has used the Khyber, the Hindu Kush map to wall this little bottleneck off here. And he's used log cabins in the trees that spawn from them to bottleneck this area here. He's playing as Canadians, and his attacker is Nathan is the French. Also, Gommiustan was able to find so many goats on the map that he actually built a barn as well. That he's also made as a secondary bottleneck right here between the wall and this area. Gommiustan is basically turtling up like crazy, and I think he's going to push out with the late units from the looks of it. Yeah, whereas Nathan is sort of just swarming with tons of pikemen, these partisans, they're pikemen. Volunteers, which again are like a crossbowman with the rifle. So they have the stats of the vanilla crossbows, but they use guns. And then you got hussars, of course, here. So, yep, this should be a pretty interesting one, I think. Overall, I think technically Gommiustan might be in the better position. Because look at that score. Oh, wait a minute, no, his score is slightly under. But still, I think the Canadian military is usually better than the French. As long as you play them correctly, yeah. So Gommiustan is now in age 3. He'll be able to get some good stuff. He's picking up another log cabin here. These log cabins do actually trickle wood. So, yeah, they trickle wood about 0.20 per second. Another thing, too, when you construct a building in Canada, they make a few maple trees next to them that you can obviously chop for wood. Or, in this case, you can use them to help wall off your base with a natural barrier, too. It's even better than a wall because an enemy army can't siege it, right? You'd have to stick a villain there and just chop it down, pretty much. Looks like he's getting a veteran on his militia. Good choice. He's going to ship in 2 Whitworths. Whitworths are basically like falconets. They're like a long-range anti-infantry solution. So they're quite good. He's also got some of these Troupe DR Marines too. These are what we call naval skirms, which means instead of being like a normal skirm, they have multipliers against siege troopers and artillery, and they have crush armor. Yeah, and slightly different malices too. They're based off of the United States Marines in Definitive Edition for the USA Civ. You know, the Texian Marines. They're just like that. And these ones in particular, the Troupe DR Marines, are really good because they have lower HP. They have high attack, kind of making them like glass cannon infantry. They start with the base range attack of like 32. That's more than the Hussars like hand attack. That's big. Because as you get like the Veteran and Guard and Imperial upgrades, it really stacks up really quickly. I like this. So he deletes his little wall and he sneaks out this way. And he could, yeah, he's going to have to branch. He could branch out over here and hit his wall area there, which would be a nice sneaky move there. Or he could meet him up here as well. I like this move because Gommiustan turtled in his base as long as he had to. And then now he can branch out into this area that has some hunt. And then he can obviously reach his enemy's base later here too. He's also catching up in score as well, which is good. However, Nathan will be trying to get to Fortress Age now, it looks like. So you better watch out. Yeah, I mean, in general, it looks like he's got a lot of skirmish here and he's got some cannons. This could be pretty good. He has no anti-cav, though, except for a few riflemen that he could put into melee to fight the hussars, I think. That's about it. He's pushing in towards France now through the open part of his base. Attacking with his ranged troops now. He's also shipping about 9 Troupe d'Arméniens. These cards will ship a unit based on the faction that you pick. He went French Canadians in H2, so he'll get Troupe d'Arméniens. If he went with British Canadians, he would have gone Foot Guards instead, which is a whole different unit, a Grenadier unit. Also, what did he get here? So he got Fencibles. Alright, so he actually went with the British Canadians for the H3 fortress, so he can get Fencibles now, which is a really good skirmisher of the British Canadians that has a range of, I think, like 26. So they shoot longer than longbowmen. Plus they have multipliers against cannons as well, making them good for fighting falconets just as good as they are against muskets and dragoons. So, moving this ranged mass up to here. Here comes some spearmen and militia down here. Oh no, he's leaving the cannons exposed. Spearmen will come in and try to salvage this a bit. Kills all the hussars, except for these ones here. But now he's going to come up with these ones now, and they will be intercepted. He's got one cannon left. I'm afraid it will be single filed out, but he's got more hussars coming in. He's got a little bit late there and delayed with the spearmen. Hopefully he can at least kill the hussars there and save his range stuff. Look at all the hussars that are dropping here. This is like good micro and tactics by Gommiustan. Just saving himself from all this cav here. And now you got the big batch of volunteers coming from the right side. Taking out a huge wall of them. That's a big battle right there. Insane. Looks like that's all dead now. Right, here comes the hussars. Alright, he's got the Troubadour Marines here. They can technically beat these falconets with their anti-artillery multipliers, but he does not have the numbers to do so. What would be a smart move probably is that it looks like he's shipping some of them already, is to go Fencibles, because the Fencibles are a long-range skirm, as I mentioned, that has counters to artillery. So, 24 range on them, but if you research the tech at the arsenal for them, they'll go up to 26 range. They do about 4x against artillery. So when they're fighting cannons, they're doing a total of like 60 something damage. It's really nice. Yeah. As such, they're not as good against muskets and dragoons per se, but they're still effective. They're really like our good artillery snipers, yeah. They can still serve other skirmisher roles. If you want like the dedicated skirmisher role, I would say go Metis Rebels on the French-Canadian side instead of the British-Canadian Fencibles. That's at least my idea. However, look at all the falconets that the French is deploying. Got 5 of them. And here he's going to ship in about 3 cuirasses here, which is a big mass, and this is looking really good. Question is now he's going to be doing cuirasses, and he's shipping 3 in right now. Nice. So what do we got here? We got range infantry and a couple spears. Very good. Well, I think the issue right now is he doesn't have a good bowl of these fencibles, honestly. He's just got a single ship and a 7. He's going to have to get more of them, unfortunately, here. Because right now, what he's doing is he's got like a... How many Troubadour Marines he's got? Let me click back on Canada. He doesn't have a big mass of the anti-artillery he needs to deal with 7 falconets. In fact, it seems like going with the massive artillery this big was a really good strategy by Nathan to stalling out at his base for a while. And it looks like he's going to try to defend the artillery with assault units, the Cuirassiers, because they obviously have good HP and attack, and they do splash attack. That's the important part. Plus, they got some hand armor too, being assault class, which means while Canada is going to ship in some light cav, which are not indeed a dragoon, they're actually a melee unit, they're a hussar-like unit, they'll actually be able to beat them with their hand armor. Be able to take their slashes just fine. Yeah. At this point, though, it looks like France kind of realizes, okay, I'm kind of in a weird spot. Economy's kind of messed up. How many bills is he on? 38. So he's almost got half his bill limit in Sans Galates. That's good. Sans Galates, by the way, are just rescan Courrier de Bois CBDs. So nothing too weird about them except the appeal. They're in fact the icon that you see in Definitive Edition with the French Revolution for France. So yeah, basically just that. Alright, so the falconets are blasting some bills. Okay, he's shooting the horse right there. Very good. How many Cuirassiers has he got? Got about 11 of them. He's going to train in about 3 more. So you get another one. Alright, so it looks like the foundry is being sieged right now there. Oh, he's going black. Oh, no. He's getting culverins. He's getting the blackleys. Look at this. He's going to... Ah! They get him with this one, too, on this side. God. Whoa. You can't make this stuff up. Like, this is such bad luck for Nathan. He just tried to go near his foundry and walk right through, and he just got shredded by all these Blackley cans. He lost all but 2 of them. Two mostly unscathed ones. While his base is like burning right now. He's got all this ranged infantry. And all the while, all Gommiustan's going to do is he's just going to spam spearmen. He's upgraded to the Varan upgrade Colonial. And he's just going to spam them out to stall as much time as he can so that he can slap him on the backside with his main force that's in Nathan's base. God, that was insane. That was awesome. How the luck was that good. Because obviously there could have been a much more fair exchange where, you know, Gommiustan would have pulled the Blackleys out later when the Falconets were away. But they just happened to get a free snipe right there and take out 5 of the 7 cannons right then and there. That was a bold strike right there. Oh no. That was a big strike. Yeah, make that stuff up. Yeah, make that stuff up. Where did this other one come from? So he had a 3rd cannon? Or did he train that out? I'm trying to figure out... Oh, he's still trading cannons out, and he's sending them down there. Yeah, I noticed the foundry there before. I didn't know he was still producing. I guess you don't have much options right now. I really can't tell who's winning right now, because technically, I think Gommiustan has the better positional tactic. Oh, and he's got gold crates. Oh no, he's got a full 1,000 coin. If he gets a Vil up here and he grabs that is bad. That'll guarantee the win for Gommiustan, man, because then he can. Oh god. Oh, he's sending the German Krupp cannon shipment. Oh god. This changes everything, because now these are like a sort of mortar culverin hybrid cannon. Those Krupp steels will like wreck these falconets royally. Just wait and see. They come out right now when it's. Yeah. This is a good situation for Gommiustan, because he's gonna be able to negate the artillery threat, and then all he has to do is just run his spears into the cuirassiers. Yeah. He's also gonna flank him with the light cavalry too, so it's a two-factor threat. I think the light calves will probably dispatch them, and then he can run the spearmen in to protect his cannons too. Not that he'll save any. I don't think he'll even save any of these, but he'll draw the cuirassiers in, and then he'll just. Oh wow! Look at it. It forces him to pull off two of them and leave. Ooh, Jesus! That was big. That was a big push. Gorman needs to grab this gold, so that way he denies Nathan like 2 more cannons. Yeah, it is looking like it's already over though, because look, the main army is joining this battalion of spearmen and the 2 surviving Krupp cannons, and now he has the weapons needed to siege Nathan's remaining position. This is really good. This is really good, actually. Really, really good. Alright, so he's just gonna blast through his villages there and his stuff. Very good. Alright, ooh, okay, so why did they shoot vertically? Did you see that? It shoots out like a mortar. It shoots over the top like that. That's so funny. It almost looks like a mortar the way it attacks. Yeah, that's so insane. And now he's just going to be able to charge him with the spearman too. Alright, the line is broken and he's going to go right for his infrastructure. Yeah, let's go right for his infrastructure. Very good. Very, very nice. Wow, that was a good one. I like that one. Now, I'm wondering how game number 9 is going to be now. Seeing how good game 8 was. What do you think about moving the Radman community to Vubli? We could do that, but we'd have to get enough support for it. I saw that article that some of the Waleros was doing where they said that Wars Liberty doesn't work on Vubli right now. So there would have to be some work from the Vubli developers to support Wars Liberty and make it easy to run. If they could do that, that could be doable. Now, I don't know if they could potentially have the thing that they had for the Portuguese Civ mod, where it actually installed the mod and allowed you to like play it against other people in Vubli. If they could do that, and we could get all the legacy AoE3 people to play Vubli, that would open so many doors to get more Wars of Liberty players. Yeah, I like the idea. Because somebody came to me like years ago for Voobly to get Wars of Liberty on Voobly. And I said, yeah, you should do it. And nobody ever really followed up after it, so it just kind of went to the wayside. But yeah, that would be a good idea. If we could get all the Voobly people to play Wars of Liberty, that'd be so good. We'd like quadruple our community and have all the like Juanitos and the boomers and stuff, all people that don't have like the new equipment and stuff to play Microsoft games. They would like that. That would have great potential for our community. They would grow it tenfold. But it has to be worked into it though. Yeah. Radman's only up for right now because Jeff was able to set it up and had a nice little space for it. But if you can prove the Voobly runs better than Radman, then that's the way to go. Because as far as I'm concerned, Radman is a great software that runs really well. The best benefit of Voobly would really be just to expand the community to other potential people to play Legacy but never heard of Wars of Liberty, and have the option of like installing it and stuff and seeing it. And maybe they could put some announcement on the site that, hey, now we install Wars of Liberty on your thing when you play multiplayer and stuff. Because they did that with Portuguese Civmod and various other ones for AoE 2. They could probably do it for AoE 3. Yeah. Well, anyways, this is the last match for the best of 9. We got Nathan as Serbs and Gommiustan as Mexicans. So Mexico versus Serbia. Truly a good matchup. I mean, both of these civs are totally good, viable civs. Yeah, no, you could run any of these civs and they'll have a high win rate. So, you don't have to worry about the civs really just not matching up good here, because they will. But what they do is kind of different. For Serbia, their main thing is when you kill their military units, they leave a grave behind, and their nearby military units close to the grave will get increased attack. So basically, the Serbians in this mod are very emotional people. When you kill one of their friends, they get really angry and have increased attack around them, pretty much. It lasts for like about 10 to 15 seconds and then it dissipates. Whereas Mexico's thing is they get these cool villagers called the Taraques. These guys here, the Juanitos and Juanitas Bonitas here. That when you kill these villagers, they also leave a grave behind. But the grave will just trickle food and return the food value of the villager, basically, or at least half of it. Yeah, I think he'll give you like 50 food back or something. So, yeah. And then there's a card that actually triples the food offering of the grave, so that it trickles you back like 200 food or something like that. And thus, you could potentially be giving the Mexicans more food back into their inventory by killing too many vills, and that could be used to obviously rush and kill you as well. So, yeah. Mexicans are a very tough civ to battle against because of their defensive qualities. Also, they get this cool building as well called the Presidio. The Presidio is a secondary town center structure that you can build one per age, right? You can have up to 6 of them in total, actually, which is not 6 of them, but 5 of them. You can have 5 of them in total, I think. And what they do is they act like a little mini fort. They have a strong range attack, strong HP, and then they can train military that you normally can make it a fort, so like infantry and cavalry, and they can also train villagers too. In fact, Mexico only gets 1 town center. Most of their TC functionality is through the Presidios. The only caveat is the Presidio trains units and has a slower work rate than the town center. So, as far as like booming is concerned, it's not like playing Portuguese where you have like full like 4, 5, 6 town centers and you like boom and build so fast. The economy aspect's gonna be weaker. And of course, if you decide to use the Presidio to train military, it's going to be slower than using like a real barracks or a stable. So if you need like fast like training military, you're going to have to still build a barracks and stable. Though it is argued that the Presidio will support you, because then you're going to have like a secondary queue that you're not so concerned about right up front that you can do on the side. You can play more strategically in that sense. So it's quite nice. And that's basically the 2 main things Mexico's got. Another thing, too, is every technology you research is Mexico gives you a free unit. Yeah, you see this guy up here on the carpet up here at the top of the building? Pretty much. When you like go to H2, he'll jump off the carpet and he'll become a skirmisher. And then you'll just have a huge army of like early game skirmishers that you can rush your enemy with the more research techs that you have. They're called dolientes, and for the most part they're just like Mexican crossbowmen. I mean, they don't use actual crossbows, but they have the stats of like the Asian Dynasties Legacy vanilla crossbow. And that's kind of what you got pretty much. They do shadow tech per age up to, which is kind of nice because you can't train them normally unless you use a specific card that gives you access to a Jesuit priest who can train them for you. And even then you don't have to pay for the upgrades. They still upgrade on their own. Though I wouldn't call them strong units. They're just sort of like an extra swarm unit that you can add to your main army, depending on how quick you can get the market text research, the military text research, the arsenal ones, all those, basically. And a lot of cards send one too, which is good. Alright, so it looks like Serbia will open with Hajduk. Hajduk, again, are early game skirms that have the stats of a regular skirm in terms of multipliers. They still are 16 range and they cost like food and wood and stuff, but they have like really good multipliers comparable to like a regular European skirm of like 2x against muskets, 1.5 against dragoons, which is really strong. I mean, they're really good early skirms. They're kind of up there on the tier list with like Escopeteros as far as early skirms is concerned, so they're really nice. You can use them to a good extent. And typically, if you think you're going to run into things like conscriptos, maybe even other infantry of other types, Hajduks can be a great play. You can even use them against like assault units too, if you can mass them up. Because since they're an early game skirm, they don't have the mouse against assault, only scout, so they can be massed up against like heavy cavalry, mosquiteros, things of that nature too. And in fact, Nathan sent a very powerful card here called Kulka's Rebellion. It delivers 2 landowners and 4 Hajusi. Landowners, boyars, and voivods now also boost Hajusi in combat. Now, instead of having Minutemen as your civ, as the Balkan civs, they use these guys called landowners, boyars, and voivods, which are basically a one single Minuteman unit that you get. And what he does is he boosts the stats of your nearby villagers, turn them into combat units that can kill other military and stuff. But what this card does, it sends you 2 of them, and now they'll boost your Hajuks in combat, making them very effective. Yeah, very effective. I don't know why I started there a bit. I was like, whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, so yeah, he's also picking up a wood chopping card there, craftsmanship. It's actually a pretty cheap one. It's like 50 food. Yeah, some of those Balkan techs are pretty cheap. They're like kind of on par with like the Asian market techs, I believe. So yeah, looks like Serbia's off to a good start. Whereas Gommiustan's taking the more defensive route for now, at least. He's going for a fast fortress, folks. What could he begin, possibly? So what has he gone for immigrants? So he's gone French. Is he going to double French, or is he going to add another one? Okay, he's going to go double French wave. That's totally fine. I like that. And let's see what he ends up getting. Because he's got a lot of possibilities. He could get the Pantheon too. He could get the ultimate building here, the Pantheon Nacional. This one allows you to make cuatreros, which are a rocket-wielding infantry unit that shoots rockets. Kind of similar to the Fire Lancers in a way. They actually launch rockets at you. So yeah, if you remember correctly from Definitive Edition, cuatreros are like an outlaw dragoon, right, that throws a lasso at you. Not in Wars of Liberty. Wars of Liberty, they're literally just Fire Lancers. But they're Mexican, so they like shoot rockets, and those rockets will be great against things like muskets, and I believe dragoons, and I think the crush damage in general on the rocket is enough to counter other things as well, and make them a decent siege unit. So when you have these Voivods boosting the Hajuks, look at the stats on them now. Now they're up to like 17. And these are the landowners guys right here, pretty much. They are, they're tough. I mean, they're like a single Minuteman unit, so they're very strong. They start with like 720 HP and have like 39 range attack, pretty much. And then obviously as you age up, they'll actually Shao Tech and upgrade and become even stronger. They'll become even stronger pretty much, yeah. If I remember correctly though, they do I can't remember if they die though. I think they said over time they will die eventually on their own. Yeah. But yeah, in general, if you're running a Boyar in your TC, it's best that you have a bunch of vills nearby because they actually boost the nearby villagers, making them really good in combat. Oh, see, they just died. Yep. Wow. Oh God, Nathan. See, Nathan, you need to know this stuff. You need to read the patch notes, because now you just lost your advantage, man. Look at that. Now it's back down to 60 range. I mean, it wasn't a huge difference, but still, dude. Like, oh God. Oh my God. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing, man? Alright, so he got a battalion of Red Devil Cav, which I think is good. These are scout units, so they have multipliers against skirmish, and they have stats like that of a Hussar. I believe these will be competent enough to fight the Hajuks, but he'll need some more. He'll need like a second batch of them, maybe. Yeah. Is he going to ship in another batch of them from his French colony there? Oh, he's going to get 5 Lanceros. I don't know about that. I would go with 4 more of the... I feel like it's better to have 4 of these, because I think these are... Are they stronger than Lanceros? I can't remember. But at least they're veteran upgrades, so they will be statistically better. I'd rather have 4 stronger units than 5 weaker units. Yeah, that's at least my idea. And if you, for whatever reason, go to industrial aids, they'll shadow tech into that as well, so there's that factor I'm considering. Okay, and then he's going to train up Mosqueteros from his barracks and his Presidio. Alright. Notice how the train rate from the barracks is going to be faster than the Presidio. It's going very slow here, whereas here it's going at a rather decent speed. I wonder if he's going to run Insurgentes now, so that he can basically add a charged range attack to him where they throw a grenade from a sling. And then this will allow you to get like the Guard and Imperial upgrades on the Mosqueteros later too, basically. You should get the vet upgrade on the Mosqueteros once he gets a sizable stack, I think, so he can make full use of them. I like how he's going full shock, though, against the skirmisher threat in artillery. Because depending on how the cards roll, Gommiustan could have a real good win condition here, I think. Looks like he wiped out those vills for free there. That was a good raid. I'm trying to find out, like, what's, like, this eco situation between, like, Nathan and... Okay, so Nathan's actually aging up with George Petrovic. George Petrovic, I believe, gives him some more free Hajuks. So, more or less more skirmish. Yeah. I think now you're kind of gonna tell Nathan to get like some sort of like anti-cavalry now, because now he knows you got the Red Devils. Now he's gonna see Mushateros in his base. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to go like Mega Pikeman Dragoon. He's gonna have to completely get like Scythemen or recruits or something. Because right now at this stage, if you're going to H3, I would often go recruits and pick up a particular card here called the Iron Regiment. This one. Yeah, get Iron Regiment, because this takes the whole grave bonus to the next level for the recruit muskets, where it will add even more attack to them when the grave of a nearby recruit. Well, if a recruit dies, the other recruits will get more attack and hit points, making them stronger. So that will be stacked on top of the standard grave bonus that the Serbs already get for nearby dead units, making the recruits really, really scary on paper. Because it overcomes sort of like the normal downside of the Serbian bonus, pretty much, where basically you're actively trying to get your units killed often so you can get some more stats. In that case, your other guys will get stronger, so it feels like the boost is just that much better for you. It ends up helping you out even more. Still, I think basically Nathan's got a big problem dealing with skirmish against cavalry, basically. So it's going to be a bit tricky, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. God, he just pushed the artillery right into his hand cape. That's like so weird, man. Did you see that? He just threw it right into his scav. Oh, jeez Louise. I knew that was going to happen. I felt like if Nathan couldn't get enough recruits out fast, he was smoked, man. God. And why did he do culverins when he knew he was... Like, pick this up, this, even honor guards would have been better. Get some sort of, like, anti-cav fighting tool. God, man. That was something. That was totally something. For sure. Wow. Wow. Can't even make that stuff up sometimes. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to boot up again. I want to see if anyone wants to do matches or anything, just for fun. Because I'd be up to play some matches now. Just break it up a little bit. Or we could do another series again if that's what people want. Let me put up a lobby right now. Because I know we just went through a huge, gigantic series that was like 3-4 hours long. So I'll give you an option to like look at something else if you'd like. I just pinged in their Discord to see if anyone wants in or not. It's totally up to them. If they want to come in, let them come in. If not, if not. Keep it open for a bit. If not, we'll just do another casted series again. I got some best out of 3s now. I got another Gommiustan versus Nathan, or we can do a Viringo versus Nathan. The problem with the Viringo versus Nathan one is that it's all the same civs against each other constantly. It's Persia versus Germany, Persia versus Germany, Persia versus Germany, like that. So, if you want more civ variety, I'd probably say let's do the best out of 3 of Gommiustan versus Nathan, but if you want to see Persia versus Germany with Viringo, you can totally do that so you see another player participate. Yeah, I feel like Viringo and Nathan are pretty close in skill. The skill ceiling of both Nathan and Viringo are kind of a bit more similar, whereas Gommiustan is clearly like the champion against both of them, pretty much, yeah. I would put myself probably like between Gommiustan and them, I would say. Because I know a lot of builds in this game, even though I can't like always macro and micro at a great rate. I know the ins and outs of the civs, and I can like make some really strategic plays where wisdom really... I'm like kind of an example of a player that, you know, brains are better than brawn sometimes. Yeah, like I just know the strategies a lot better than the micro aspect, and I micro pretty good too. I do some like abstract forms of micro that often lead to some good results, but yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna leave this open for a bit. Hopefully we get some sort of response from somebody. If not, yeah. I'm gonna grab some cookies in the meantime. Make sure I have enough water, because I think I'm out of water now. So I don't get dry throat and hurts my voice or whatever. Because you don't want that. Yeah, I always like to... Nowadays, I like to, like, maybe see if people want to do wool matches, because I know some people want to see gameplay instead of just casting, so... If people want to do that, let's do it. If not, I'll just cast it like I usually do. I don't know how many we got in here. I don't know. Nobody's responded but you, Sagawai. So yeah. I mean, I'll leave it open a little bit longer, because I still have to grab my water bottle in the other room. Probably eat these cookies, and if nobody shows up by the time the cookies are done, then we'll probably just cast another series again. Why don't we do that so we don't waste too much time? Yeah, that should be smart. I think totally. Looks like Sagawai is finishing some editing on YouTube from the sounds of it. Alright, so, like, what did I say I was gonna do? I was gonna eat these cookies, right? And if nobody shows up by the time I finish my cookies, we'll just do another series and check back later. Yeah. Because I know me and Sagawai won't be able to 1v1 because I'll completely send him to the cleaners. But, yeah, and I don't think we really should do like a comp sump unless we're in like in voice chat or something to make it more interesting. So, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Chocolate chip Italian vanilla, very nice. Finished. Alright, so the cookies are done. So is nobody here yet? I'm doing my cookies? Alright, we'll do another series then. Alright. I'll do the Gommiustan versus Nathan series. Let me just see what the naming convention of it is, and then we'll do that now. Gotta get the Discord open and check it. Yeah. Oh, James just showed up. James Mendez. Yeah. You want in? I'll open up a lobby for you in Valley if you want. Before we start, I think. Just sent that about a minute ago. Yeah. You coming? Coming, Juanito Taco? You coming, Juanito Taco? You want a battle? Yeah, I'll battle you. Like some good Juanitos Bueneros. Juanitos Bueneros. Juanitos Bueneros. Juanitos Bueneros. I like Juanitos Bueneros. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a response from him before I do anything. But in the meantime, I'll look for the recording just so I know what it's called. Ret Games. It is called, BO5 Goimu versus Nat. Same brutality. Same brutality. Oh god, poor Nathan. So if I was looking for it here, it'd be BO5 like this. Alright. Oh yeah, I remember the Jeff versus Alucard series. That was so good. I like that. They should do another one in the Middle East patch now. See if Jeff is still an old baby boomer. And when it comes to Alucard's tactics. It's these ones right here. These three at the top. This one, and this one. I'm not hearing anything from James. Is he idle or something? Alright, let's just go through these then. I want to look at stuff. I want to keep doing stuff. Alright, so what do we got? We got Nathan as Afghanistan, and we got Gommiustan as Bolivia on Iranian Plateau. This is another Middle East map. You got a trade route that goes like this. There's about 4 trading posts total on each match of this. Every player kind of has 2 TPs on their side of the map. So, yeah, it's pretty easy to get a whole trade route and be able to set up stagecoach on it. Overall, Bolivia versus Afghans should be an interesting one. I really don't know how Bolivia gameplay is influenced now that they got a pop-free Grenadier unit with the Karunas. I would assume it's greatly improved. Now, the question is it good enough against the Afghan Civ? That's a good question. I have no clue, actually. No clue at all. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. Totally. Yeah. Because you got options with Bolivia. You can either play regular units and have like a standard number of vills, or if you look right here, these Pongo villagers have a build limit of 150. You can have 150 villagers. Yeah. You can have 150 of these villagers. That's a big army of villagers, man. Big army of villagers. And the reasoning behind that is because your civ really specializes in natives. You can usually just get huge armies of native warriors and avoid any real military except maybe a little bit of stuff. Yeah, for whatever reason, if you have like a huge stockpile of resources though, you could like possibly have 99 vills and still run a huge stack of natives, but if you're obviously struggling, just get 150 vills. Make maybe like a couple of like special units that you really need, and then like artillery, and then just do natives. Yeah, this civ gives you the opposite of that. And definitely the 70 food costs on these Pungos is really good because it means their age up timing's probably going to be a little bit nicer now because this civ does not get any villager cards, and thus, you know, their age up would be too delayed if they had to pay like 100 food to train bills, honestly. Yeah, pretty much. It's one thing if they give you the choice of doing bills or not, but you really don't have the option as a civ because they get a whole different booming mechanic where Explorer, the TC, can build wagons. They build these mining camps around the mines, and then you get like 3 villagers. You get like 2 vills first, and then you get 3-4 vills after that, like that. Yeah. And that way you can get extra vills along the way. It costs about 300 wood, so yeah, it's quite nice actually for super duper booming. Yeah, totally. Souse talked to me on Discord. He said, "You hear they're releasing Brazilians 5? We could play a shots in Civilization in the Fidel Wars." Oh, tell me about. Direct contribution. Now, this card goes wild once you get 150 vills. It's a card that allows your villagers to trickle coin, your pongos to trickle coin. So not only are you gathering hunt, you're gaining a ton of gold as well. And I feel like this directly synergizes with Outlaw gameplay with Codissimo, even though it looks like Gommiustan doesn't use Codissimo. Yeah, I mean, you can run Outlaws, but just be aware that if you're gonna go the full 150 vills, your ability to get Outlaws is gonna be severely hampered because, you know, Outlaws cost a lot of pop space even after you send Codissimo. So yeah, pretty much just that. Totally. Then he picks up extractivism too. That's really strong because now he's got eco theory and he's got free gold trickle from his vills. I'm kind of liking this Bolivia start, honestly. I am. I think it's really good. Now, the only thing that I'm concerned about really is that, does it make your 4th shipment take longer then? I gotta ask about that because I feel like that could be a problem. Because if it makes like the 4th shipment, like you're on the 4th shipment then you have to wait longer for it, I feel like that could mess up your build order possibly. So I don't know. Well, it seems like he's getting his 4th shipment rather close, so maybe it's okay. Because how much more XP does he need? Like 110? Alright, that's fine. It seems like it's okay, at least for now. Because honestly, I would like to get wood, and I'd like to get these guys out. Because these guys are the Grenadiers. And yeah, they don't cost any pop. So it feels like you could ship these guys out right away without necessarily popping down the house right away and still be able to do some stuff. Yeah. That's what it's all about, pretty much. Just making it more flexible for yourself, really. And then obviously these can be great options for you too. Getting Guarani Katuchiman skirmishers, and then getting the Amara Dragoons as well. And also unlocks their technologies for you too, to make it the Sociedad Folklorica later in the game as well. Alright, so it looks like Nathan's gone pretty well established as the Afghans already. He's got about 2 Mahalas. He's got his gunsmith. He's already shipping in about 6 Jazelchis. Jazelchis are your really good skirmisher here. So these guys, at the root, just look like an early game skirmisher, right? So they have like 20. So they're actually got like the range of like a normal skirmisher, right? Like 20. Got some fairly decent multipliers too. But if you look here, there's like 2 range attacks. There's range attack and Giselle attack. Because this guy uses an Afghan rifle called a Giselle. He gets a special attack that is at 2 extra range compared to the regular range. So instead of 20 range, it's like 22 range. Kind of at the range of a longbow. And it does more damage at the longer range than it does the shorter range. So all the gunpowder units as the Afghans have this great SIB bonus where they deal more damage at the tip of their range. So instead of like shooting units at like 20 range, you should try to shoot them at the 22 range you're given through the Giselle attack so you can do the most maximum damage. You're basically, Afghans rewards you for sniping units from the longest range possible versus the shortest range possible. So yeah, try to avoid fighting point blank range with the Afghans and try to go for super duper range basically. They're kind of the opposite of the archers for the Puru in Age of Empires 2. Because in Age of Empires 2, the Puru Civ has longbowmen that do more damage when you shoot at point blank range, right? Whereas the Afghan units with the Giselle attacks deal the most damage with their Giselle attack when you're farthest from point blank range, when you're at like maximum range. So yeah, attacking units at range 21 or 22 will give you more damage with the Giselle trees than if you try to attack them at range 20 or below. So try to like have like some units in the front and then put some far back and see how far back they can actually shoot to get like the most damage out, because it could be the difference between 15 and 16 attack, which could win in certain fights. And in the case of the Giselle tree, it actually deals more multipliers too at the Giselle range as well, which is a special property of this unit alone. So it does 2x against muskets instead of 1.5x, and then 1.5x against dragoons instead of 1.2x, making it a much better unit across the board when it's sniping at long range. Neat little facts basically when you're doing it. He also shipped in some of the Surbazan. These are standard Persianate Middle Eastern muskets, but for the Afghans, they also get a Giselle attack too, which makes them quite good, because then they can use 14 range attack to do 26 damage instead of 23, making them into a much better like musket unit, pretty much, yeah. I see he's also shipping in the Dual Talabs too, which is like a scout unit. Gommiustan's coming in pretty hard here with Mushatero. Yo, he's gonna get a good fight with these Mushateros, because they do splash damage again. So yeah, splash damage on Mushateros is gonna be really good against all this range infantry. Plus he's got the Francatiradores in the back acting as a support, which you can use to single out the Sardbaz, which is the biggest threat. So yeah, no, the Francatirador is doing great against the Sardbaz, allowing the Mushateros to dig in deeper to the Giselle trees and inflict them more damage. Looks like a total victory for Gommiustan in that battle. Oh, big time. Look at those Mushateros getting to work, man, with the Francatirador shipment. Really nice. Francatiradores are basically just mounted crossbowmen. So instead of being like a dragoon, they have multipliers against muskets and dragoons, reminiscent of a crossbow. So 1.25 against muskets and 1.5 against dragoons. So yeah, basically like mounted crossbows in function. And then he's also going to ship in his Kaoruna shipment. This won't cost him any population space since it's a native warrior, and thus he will not have to build the houses frequently when he's using them. Yeah. Yeah, the more Kaorunas that you employ, basically, you know, the better off you are, because it's just army that you're not going to have to build a house for, which is really nice. Quite convenient. Kind of a dangerous situation right now for Nathan. How's his eco at least? Not that good. It's got like no gold, minimal food and wood. So what's he gonna be able to run here? I mean, honestly, if you could get to like age 3 and get some Codespas, that would change up the calculus completely. Because then you'd have a maneuver unit to shred these Mushateros. Yeah, basically. Basically. Yeah. Oh man, big time.
Aquí. Órdenes. Mitaita.
Oh god, Morville's going down. Insane. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy. Yeah, it might be over for Afghan in this matchup because he's got too many Mushateros he's dealing with. Though if he could stack Giselles, he might be able to survive him. But I don't think he's got the ego for that right now. Pretty much no. Because what he should have done was he could have garrisoned him inside the Mahala until his military could come over to deal with him and then try to intercept his base up there or something. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I think. Just looking back and forth at this, it's like, yeah, you don't have the right eco to do this, probably. He is picking up red Madrasa techs, though, so maybe he can age up and get some Kadespas and turn this around, maybe. Totally possible. He's also got these mercenary Kuorara walls that he's not even using. You could be using those to fight these Mushateros, and that'd be a great asset. Because they could probably... No, they can one-shot kill these Mushateros, man. Get them over there. Start one-shot killing some of these guys so you can get some... Or actually kite them from the side here and do some scoot and shoot. Take some of them out that way, and that would be much better than just leaving them up there. Mushatero mask for the win, it looks like. Yeah, good use of the Mushateros there by Gommiustan. End up getting a nice clean win out of that one. Looks like. Totally. Let's restart the game right now. Boo it in. Okay, El Zelda Verde has a lobby open. Nice. Does he have it still open? He has to patch his game, I think. Let me tell him. What did Nathan say in the Discord? He said, "Why were Bolivians nerfed? They were already rubbers. Now they're run. Blame Blandalore. At least they didn't receive 50% range attack nerf." Oh yeah, poor Maori. Poor Maori got a reduction on their whip spearmen. That's sad. I don't think Bolivia's worse. They might actually be better now because they have more early game viability with their grenadiers. I feel like when they changed their system from Karunas being muskets to grenadiers and swapping around the whole raw, that's when they screwed over the Bolivian civ really bad. Before that though, they were pretty okay, I would say. Yeah, most likely. I'm waiting for a response from Zelda Verde because he needs to update his game. I'd like to join and play some matches with them if possible. But yeah. I don't think he's got his Discord open. I'm gonna try to ping him again. He might be idle or something. Yeah, might be idle. Let's do the rest of the series that we're in now. Then yeah. BO5, right? BO5. Trying to find it. BO5. Let's look at the second one here while we wait for him to respond. Okay, so we got Nathan doing Austria-Hungary again. Sivday's pretty good with now. Against Gommiustan's British on Karakum Desert. So in this matchup, I feel like British is already at an advantage because it's a larger map, and thus he will be able to prepare factories earlier than his opponent. Yeah. So the big difference between Wars of Liberty British and the 5th edition British. The 5th edition British use the Manor Boom, right? You build a house and get a free villager. That functionality went to the German Civ, obviously, in Wars of Liberty. So what do the British get in return? The British get the ability to construct factories using their Explorer, and they can do it as early as Age 2. They can build up to 2 factories in Age 2. Plus, they get additional cards from the home city that increase the build limit of their factories as they go along as well. One of those cards is in Age 2, bring it up to 3. 4 factories in Age 3, and then 5 in Age 5. 4, basically.
Very good show. Capital.
And I'm back. Another thing I need to mention about Brits as well. Instead of like normal Egypt, now they get marriages. And the marriages give the British access to civ bonuses from other civs. In this case, he's marrying somebody from the Netherlands, Prince of Orange, the Dutch. That will give you access to the Dutch villager system. So instead of having a full 99 villas or so, now you'll have 33 settlers, 33 wood villagers that cost wood, and 33 villages that cost coin. So that way it's a distributed economy between 3 villas now, which changes things up a bit. Trying to look at the deck here from Nathan too to see what he's run. So he's got crates, Hajuk, villager shipment, grenadiers. He has pharmacology to make his villas cheaper and train faster. Common army to make his infantry cheaper. Schutzkorp, cannon. Alright, that looks pretty okay actually. I like it. Pretty solid. Most important thing to understand when you're looking at the Austro-Hungarian deck is that all their cards in H2 and beyond give you free hussars. So this gives you a free hussar, free hussar, free hussar. This gives you 2 free hussars, and then the ones in H4 will give you 3 free hussars, which is quite good. First factory is being built now over here, and he's always going to start Green Jacket. All right, that's a good choice because often, as we've seen in yesterday's stuff, Austria-Hungary loves to go Grenadiers often. So yeah, Green Jacket's a totally appropriate choice since they're skirmish unit, replacing the longbowmen in the roster. Basically, Green Jackets are like 18 range like skirmishers that have like 1.5x against muskets, being a bit weaker than a regular skirm, but they do more damage against dragoons, making them really good counter dragoon units basically. Looks like he canceled out the queue though. Is he gonna go redcoats? What is he going for? Because he needs to get some military right away. What is he actually producing? Is he gonna get another factory or what? Yeah, he's gonna get a second factory right now. Okay, so he's gonna ship the Green Jackets in. Is he gonna get redcoats with them? Oh no, he's gonna keep going Green Jacket. Why did he cancel out the queue? Oh, so he could afford a factory. Alright. I get it now. He wanted another factory, I think, yeah. If he wants to later, he can get laissez-faire capitalism to get a third factory as well. Right now, Gommiustan has to be careful because that Grenadier mass, if they get to use their charge attack, could wipe out his stuff. So he has to make sure he keeps some range over those Grenadiers at all times. Yeah, he's going to be shipping in Redcoats right now just to fill his ranks. Just to get another unit. Yeah, he has a cherry bomb option as well, which might have been a little bit better, but I totally get why he wants to go ranged infantry first, and maybe use the cherry bombs afterwards, perhaps.
Powder's dry, sir. What is your command?
Picking up steam machinery now to get the mining rate up. That's the first mining tick. Whereas Nathan's just going into the Grenadier overdrive mode, just spamming Grenadiers up, it looks like. Yeah, basically just Grenadier. Just like he did against Viringo. I think against Gommiustan it's going to be a little bit tougher because he's running a good stack of skirms that he could conceivably micro to, like, negate their charge attack and then fight them with the advantage. He's got a pretty nice stack of skirms there. Let's get some redcoats in. Where Austria-Hungary is now going Hussar to counter the green jacket threat, it looks like. The main difference between muskets and redcoats in this game is that redcoats have stronger stats, but they have no armor. Yeah, their melee attack is really good with extra multipliers. Their range attack is like 25 instead of the standard 23, and then their HP is astronomically higher. It's like 235 HP pretty much, yeah. Alright, so he's getting his redcoats in the place of the green jackets there, trying to position in such a way that his redcoats can protect against the hussar threat, whereas the green jackets can try to pick down those grenadiers and Tricos and Hajuks there too. Trying to check what Nathan's up to too. So he's just sent his 700 gold, and now could he potentially try to go to like age 3 and get his Radetzky Veteran Guard upgrade on his Hussars? Maybe. Because Austria-Hungary gets their Royal Guard upgrades in age 3 instead of age 4, thus being called a Veteran Guard upgrade, giving them 30% stats in age 3 instead of 20. Which could be a lot better. I don't think so though, because it looks like now he's trying to reinforce with both Grenadiers and Hussars, and he's going for the battle right now. Hussars trying to cut into his lines. Grenadiers doing their best to try to deal with the line of redcoats, but it is not working. I think he had to spread the grenade throws a little bit more wide. Looks like Hussars are breaking through to the green jackets. Redcoats and green jackets trying to focus down those Hussars right away. And then they're going to just try to move on to the Grenadier prom, yeah. Alright, so Hussars are dead. Now it's Grenadiers versus green jackets and redcoats. Looks like now he's retreating, so he's going to take a bunch of kills retreating now. Looks like he's out now. He's going to regroup again with more Hussars, more Grenadiers, and going again. Looks like Goimu did get laissez-faire economy, and he has like 3 factories now. He's also going to ship in his cherry bumps too, just to get another unit on the field. He could also get sport hunting as well, to get more hunting and berry rate. That's another option probably. Could be quite good. Two vills down. Get those cherry bums out of there. Cherry bums actually gallop faster than Hussars, so they can actually be better at retreating pretty much, yeah. Kind of a good unit. Because if you look at the stats, clearly the Hussars have like an additional 100 HP. Whereas the cherry bums move at a movement speed of like 7.25, which is really fast for a cav unit. Allow them to maneuver a lot faster into combat. One thing that actually synergizes well with the factories is the cherry bums actually cost more gold than food with the cost flipped. So they cost 120 gold but only 80 food, allowing them to basically be more spammable if you have your factories on gold all the time, which is quite nice. Brit player can age up now. He probably will. Pick up the Victoria Cross to get an extra shipment, and they can send cannons, household blues, and just start spamming redcoats, which would be a great idea. Yeah, he should just age up now. Oh, he got the covered wagon from the treasure. Oh, okay, so he should age up for that reason too, just to get a second TC. Then he'll be in great shape probably, yeah. Now the rockets, I don't think rockets really matter that much anymore because the rockets were changed to sort of like a culverin and mortar hybrid instead of just being heavy artillery. I would probably get the rockets out and replace them with like natives. Get some of those Assyrian natives and some of those Wahhabi Agid natives, so you can like just get a larger mass probably, and let my factories do the rockets if I really need them. Again, the vet on the redcoats right away, right? Yep, on the redcoats. He's also went with the Belgian marriage, which means he gets access to the Belgian Congo natives now from a native embassy that spawns in. This also unlocks native embassies too, I believe, so you can rebuild them if needed. Yeah, now you can make like the Zande warriors, both their spearmen and knife throwers, and then you can make the Songye Zappa Zap gunpowder units too, giving you 3 different native units with a build limit of like 15 apiece. Quite good actually. Yeah, British could be a really decent native civ because they get like 5 different native units between the home city and the Belgian marriage that they can pop out, which is quite nice. I remember originally they were supposed to get access to like a whole different set of natives, but some of them weren't created yet, so I don't think they went with them. I think they wanted to get Cree trackers, some sort of African native, and then some sort of native from the Indian subcontinent combined. And that would have been very powerful indeed, having all 3 of those. Then the Falconets, are they going to come out of that tower, or are they just, yep. Bing, ba, boom. Falconets in your backside. Boom. Wow, good work. Ooh, that was a good one. Same brutality as Nathan pointed out from Gommiustan. Yeah, I'm ready to play a match now. If you want in, I'll boot in. Let me restart. I just wanted to let you know that you had to update your game, Zelda Verde, because I saw the version mismatch in there. I'm gonna ping them that I have a lobby open right now if they want to join. I keep opening lobbies and nobody ever shows up. Okay, he's here. Oh, Hoseby's here. Let him know that we got already someone in here. Is anyone else coming or is it just this? I don't mind 1v1 in Hosevy, but if anyone else wants like team game or whatever, I'm happy to let them in. Hosevy's asking to turn El Zelda Verde if he wants in or not. Otherwise, we'll just do 1v1. Looks like we're doing 1v1, but Joseve needs a deck, so we'll do a deck 1v1 then. Yeah. I mean, I need a deck as well, but I won't deck until the next game, probably. I'm fine running Afghan versus Afghan just for fun. Seeing how we do, man. Yeah. Should be interesting. Let's run it, man. I'm ready for some bells.
Are you ready? Yes.
Kawama.
Hoog meer bijrechten.
Ho. Zama. Sam Jangta. سده پکارده ده جگره پالو.
آماده می کنم. آری.
بله.
آری. چوب شکارچی.
سلام. چمتو زما کواما. بچین انجامش میدهم. سازنده. سلام میروم. سازنده. سده پک کواما. کواما. هو کواما. تیار سماده. زما. زما. بچینیا شکارچی انجامش میتم. چمتوی زما. زما. بله شکارچی. به چی نیاز دارید؟ آماده ام. آماده رو انجامش می شکارچی.
چوب بر.
چم کواما زم سماده کواما. هو زما. کواما زما. با سماده. بله. سلام کواما. بله زما. آماده نجار. سده کواما.
آماده چوب بر.
هو سماده کواما جنگ تا.
Lish bijrechten.
بله زما. آماد خوا شکارچی.
Lish mechke. Hoek meerte. Bij Lish gaan wel. Hoog gaan bijrechten.
سماده. زما. تایا کواما.
Hoek moena Lish gaan wel.
چمتوی زما کواما. ده جگره پالو.
Hoog gaan meerte.
سلام. بری جنگ تا. بله. بری. چمتویم. هو. زما جنگ تا. کواما. بله. انجامش میتم. با چی نیاز دارید؟ درست است.
آری. صحیح می کنم. شکارچی.
چمتوی زم کواما.
آماده شکارچی.
سلام زما. تیار کواما. ده جگره پالور. سلام برید بله می انجامش میدهم سازنده هو زما کواما
سلام آری صحیح معمار
و درسته شکارچی سلام به چی نیاز دارید؟ کواما به نجار
آری معمار
کواما کواما
چوب بر
چمتویم کواما زما آماده ام میروم
آماده می کنم
خواهم کرد انجام شکارچی به چی نیاز دارید شکارچی هو زما سمده کواما سدپکا سمده سمده با سمده جنگ تا زما برید زما سمده کوا زما سمده صد سمده تایا زما ج سمده زما بس کوا زما کواما چم سمده کواما صد سمده سمده چم کواما زما کواما د جګړې په تیاری سمده جنگ ته چمتویه د جګړې په لور هو زما زما
بیرخته
هو کواما چمتویم زما سمده تیاریم صد کواما زما چمتویم سال زما بل زما تیا سمده جنگ تا چمتویم زما برید هو زما کواما سال خو انجامش میدهم سازنده
لش بیرخته
با سمده زر تپیم او حرکت نشم سمده سلام برید چم زما سده پکا جنگ تا بله هو زم سمده با زما هو سمده معدن چی
معدن صحیح معدن چی چوب بر
زیر مطلوبی دل
آماده خواهم شکارچی چمتویم تیاریم
می کنم معمار می کنم
سلام نجار بخواه بطر حمله بسوی نبر سخوا میرو نجار آماده حمله خو انجامش میتونم بله در خواهم کرد آماده ام
چوب بر
در میروم بسوی نب آماده انجام حمله بسوی نب انجام حمله بسوی طرف جنگ بله هم بسوی نب انجامش میتونم طرف جنگ در خواهم کرد بسوی نب چی نیاز دارم حمله درست است سلام خواهم کرد انجامش میدهم میروم انجامش میتونم سازنده آماده است انجامش میدهم در خواهم کرد میروم انجامش میروم شکارچی میروم بچه انجامش میتونم انجامش میدهم شکارچی
آری شکارچی سلام علوف جمع کن
میروم انجامش میتونم انجامش میدهم بچین درست میروم انجامش میتونم درست است چی نیاز دارید بله خواهم انجامش میدهم خواهم درست است شمتویم زما آماده میروم میروم درست است سلام آماده انجامش میدهم بچین درست انجامش میتونم سلام کوما بله خواهم میروم درست است
آماده آری معمار
سلام انجام میروم بله درست انجامش میدهم سلام به طرف جنگ آماده ام انجامش میتونم انجامش میدهم میروم بله درست است سلام حمله آماده هستم بله انجامش به سوی نبرد سلام آماده ام سلام درست است به سوی نبرد میروم به طرف جنگ درست است حمله به سوی نبرد آماده درست انجامش میتونم به طرف جنگ درست است خواهم کرد میروم درست خواهم کرد بله زما سمده صد کوما
آسمی صحیح معمار
چمتویم بله زما سمده انجامش میتونم
آماده است. باغبان. بله زما سمده. با چی نیاز داری؟
سلمی صحیح.
کوام زما. سلام شکارچی. آماده انجام خو می روم. خو می روم. آماده رو انجام خواهم کرد.
چمکاو سمده.
چمکاو زما. هو کوام.
چوب بر.
آماده خو می روم. انجامش میتم. سازنده. بله کوام.
هو زما.
معدنچی.
خو می روم. سازنده. با چی نیاز داری؟ انجام خواهم کرد. می روم. شکارچی.
آماده شکارچی.
سدب سکاوما.
آماده می روم. در انجامش می دهم. سازنده. سلام زما کوام زما. تیا سمده. چمتو کو زما. بله کوام سمده زما سمده.
سلام زما.
سده بکارده.
بله سکاو زما. سکاوما.
سامی آری میکنم. شکارچی.
تیا زما سمده. کوام سمده. با کو زما. تیا کوام سما کوام سمده. چم زما. جنگ.
سدب
انجام
بکارده.
بسوی نبا. تیاری. چم بری جنگ. سده بری جنگ. تیاری.
چی نیاز داری؟ بس طرف جنگ.
بری جنگ. سمده. بری جگره.
آماده می روم.
چم بری جگره.
سمده. جگره.
سلام.
آماده.
جنگری. زما. جگری. بری. کوام زما.
شونو ليش مخكي رشخان
بعد می انجامش میتم سازنده چکاوما زما چمسا کاوما سده پکار زما سد ساکاو زما
بایرخت میارته
هو کاوسا زما و چینیو شکارچی سلام اما می انجامش میتم سازنده
ليش ميار رشخان وهل
تیار ساکاو زما
آری چوبور
دير مصروف ان شاء الله مظبوط ودريقة
زم جنگ تا بله جنگ تا کاو زما کاو زما کاو زما کاو سام کاو زما سامادا جگره کاو جنگ تیاری جری کم جری زسا کاو زما شمسا کاو سامادا
म्यूट करने के लिए
زسا کاوما زکاو زسامادا تایا زم جری چمتویه زکاتیه او حرکت نشم کولای
ان شاء الله
سرسده بکارده
الله عسكر
Yes.
ان شاء الله
سلام هو
دير مصروفي دل عسكر
Yes.
Ho.
Estoy listo. Cierto, no tardaré. Cierto, no tardaré. Sí, no, sí. A la carga.
Diga.
¿Qué necesitas? Hayaya, Bolivia. Sí.
Arya, vamos pues, Casadur. ¿Qué hago? Casadur.
Estoy cierto. Cierto, sí.
Ari, Casadur.
Ajá, cazadora.
Sí, tata. Constructor.
¿Qué necesitas? Sí, sí, no, cierto. Sí, no, cierto, no tardaré. Estoy... Sí,
Adesso.
sí, no tardaré.
¿Qué hago? Constructor.
¿Qué necesitas? No tardaré. Sí, no tardaré. Sí. A la carga.
Sí, tata. ¿Qué hago? Recolector.
¿Qué es cierto? Sí. Estoy listo. No, cierto. ¿Qué necesitas? No tardaré.
Mande. Diga.
Sí, cierto. No a las armas.
Sí, tata. Ya vamos, voy. Vamos, pues. ¿Qué hago? Sí, tata. Voy a ir. Vamos, pues. Voy a ir. Cazador. Ya voy. Voy, cazador.
Mande, cazadora.
¿Qué necesitas? Sí. Sí. No tardaré. Cierto. Sí. Estoy listo. No. Sí. No. Sí. Cierto. No tarda. Sí. No tardaré. Sí. Cierto. No tarda. Sí. Cierto. Sí. Cierto. Sí. Cierto.
Diga.
¿Qué necesitas? Estoy listo. No. Sí. No tarda. Cierto. Sí, no tardaré.
Ahorita lo hago.
Ari, vamos, cazador. Ya, cazador. Vamos, voy, cazador. Ari, cazador.
Sí. Hayaya, Bolivia. Estoy... A la carga. ¿Qué necesitas? No tardaré. Patria, mi vida es mía, yo daría.
¿Qué hago? Liñador. Sí, tata. Ya voy a ir. Vamos, cazador.
Estoy lista.
Ari, voy a ir. Vamos, pues. Liñador. Liñador.
¿Sí?
Diga.
¿Qué necesitas?
Mande. Albañil.
¿Sí? ¿Rendirme yo? Si no, sí. Se rinda su abuela, carajo. Si no tardaré. Sí.
Sì, d'accordo. Costruire. Va bene.
Diga, leñadora.
Sí. Cierto.
Ciao. Raccogliere. Sì, poi lignadur.
¿Sí? Estoy listo. ¿Sí? No. Sí. Cierto. Estoy cierto. Cierto. Estoy cierto. ¿Qué necesitas? No. Sí.
Aquí, lo voy.
No tardaré. ¿Qué necesitas? Cierto. Estoy cierto. No cierto. Sí. ¿Qué? No tardaré. No tardaré. No tardaré. Sí. ¿Qué? No tardaré. ¿Sí? Sí.
Ana.
Ajá. Mande. Cazadora.
Sì, lignadur.
Va bene. Sto per farlo.
Mai agega.
¿Qué es cierto?
O ayapota. Gega.
¿Sí? No. Sí. Cierto.
Ajá. Leñadora.
No cierto. No cierto.
Mai de agega.
¿Qué? No. Cierto. Estoy no. Sí. Cierto. No tardaré. Hayaya voy a cierto.
Go Ana. Mai de. Ya voté. ¡Bátelo! Lo vamos. Voy. Lo vamos a hacer. Ahama. Go ayapota. Ayapota. Yahake. Ke aima. Ahama. Gega. Ahama. Ayapota. Ayapota. Yahake. Ayapota. Gega. Aima. Yahake. Gega. Aima. Ahama. Aima. Ari. Ricolitur. Oima.
Enseguida. Albañil.
Quiero. Sí. Cazador.
Ajá. A la orden. Cazadora.
Sí, ya voy. Va. Cazador. Aima. Ko aima. Hoy llega. Allá lo vamos a hacer.
Mande de jornalera. Ajá.
Allá bota. Ya lo vamos a hacer. Aima. Va. Tempo. Lo ya voy hoy. Koan. Ahama. Aima. Ayapota. Ahama. Que ayega.
Madrid a la orden.
Oima.
Enrique a la orden.
Orden.
Yes.
I'll wait for a few more moments, but yeah. No luck, no dice. No dice. Yeah, no one. So what do we do now? I think maybe we commentate on another game. Because we still got to finish one in that best of 3 series, right? Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Let's go back and do that now. Well, actually, somebody opened up a lobby. Abraham. Abraham Lincoln? It's Abraham. Abraham Lincoln. You doing Abraham Lincoln? Honest Abe. Got Honest Abe here, man. Big time. Treaty. Yeah, I like Treaty. Could do some Treaty, actually. Let's get somebody else in here, too. Treaty free-for-all? Sounds good to me, man. I love Treaty free-for-all. Two v 2 Treaty? Sounds good to me. I think I have a treaty-worthy deck for the Brits, don't I? Yeah, let me check, actually. Actually, let me not play Brits. I'll play a Wool Civ. I'll make a treaty deck for Afghans. Yeah, this one should actually be fine to run, right? Yeah, probably. No, this is alright. This is a viable build, I think. Yeah, this is a viable build. Just making sure we got everything we need here. Yeah. Yep. This should be a-okay. A-okay. That's a good thing is with this deck we can run the Sid pretty much normally as usual. Funnily enough, removing Cossacks and replacing it with trying to find it. Furrier is good because Furrier is affected by Middle Eastern bushes now. So yeah. You actually want to run Furrier here, I think. Yeah. Let's do Furrier. Furrier should be good. Yeah, I'll run Furrier. I love Treaty. I don't get to play Treaty enough, so I'll play TR with these guys if they want. The only problem with running this build is I have less citadels to make trucks in Grey War Age, but you know, two TC. It's at least better than the Mexico situation where they only have one place to make trucks from, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Let me ping again and see if Zelda Verde will return again. Yeah. Ping in here. Sounds good, brother. I'll go Afghans again. Yeah. I'll go Afghans again.
زما آماده
سلام
ام.
آسمی می کنم.
بله برید
آماده شکارچی.
چمتویم سمده آماده درست است سازنده سلام سمده کوما سمده
سلام شکارچی.
آماده است شکارچی بله کو زما کو سمده سمده
صحیح. معمار.
زما بله
آری شکارچی.
سلام شکارچی آماده ام صد زما آماده اجار بله کو سمده کو سمده هو کوما شکارچی
سلام آری می کنم شکارچی.
تیا کو سمده کو جگړه پلو سلام صد پکاردی کو زما
چوب بر.
آماده ام
آماده
هوخ اقل میار بیرخته
بله تیا کوما
رشخان میارده
بله صد کوما زما جنگ تا چمتویم تیاری کوما زما
آری می کنم. سلام می کنم شکارچی.
با زما
آماده
بچینیو نجار
آری می کنم. معمار.
هو سمده تای زما سمده چمکاو سامادا
سلام آری چوب بر
هوخ بیرخته
کاوما
حکمون بیرخته
سلام آر می کنم معمار
باز کاوما
معمار
ساز سامادا
آماده شکارچی
تای کاوما چم زما باسا کاوم زما
آری چوب بر
تای زما بله کاوما تیاریه سامادا هو سامادا سامادا سلام تای سامادا چم زما بال سامادا کاوما چم تو زما تای کاوما سامادا زما هو بری جنگ
هوخ بیرخته
جنگ جگره
ریشخانوه
هو کاوما بری جگره جنگ صد بری جگره جنگ بری جنگ بله بری جنگ بری جگره شمتوی جنگ تیا جنگ تیاریم سامادا نشم زما
سمی علوف جمع کن آری علوف جمع کن آماده می کنم شکارچی
صد پکارده هو کاوما بله کاوما سلام زما سامادا کاوما سامادا کاوما
آری
صد زما هو کاوما
سوار می کنم معمار
بله زما سامادا چم کاوما سامادا صد زما کاوما د جګړې په سامادا جنگ چم تویم زما د جګړې په صد پکار دی کاوما بری زما جنگ بله زما کاوما د جګړې په
الله اکبر
معدن چی آماده رو انجامش می سازنده معدن چی
بله انجامش میکنم
سلام
سلام هم میروم
آری
بله به طرف جنگ میروم سلام هم به طرف جنگ
آری علوف جمع کن
معدن چی بله
درست است
سلام.
انجام شکارچی. بله. میروم.
میارته.
میروم. بله. درست است.
ریشخان وهل.
درست است. به سوی نبرد. آماده ام. آماده هستم. انجامش میدهم. انجامش میدهم.
آمی صحیح. آری.
در میروم. در معدن چی؟
آماده میروم.
آماده. انجامش
چی نیاز داری؟ بس حمله. انجامش میدهم. به سوی نبرد خواهم کرد. حمله.
صحیح.
درست است. به طرف جنگ آماده ام. و چی نیاز دارید؟ درست است. هم به سوی نبرد.
سلام. آماده.
معدن چی؟
سلام. علوف جمع کن.
باغبان.
بیرخته.
آماده. چوب بر.
بله. انجامش میدهم.
ليش میارته.
میروم. به طرف جنگ. و چی نیاز دارید؟ سلام.
و چی نیاز داری؟ باغبان.
بله. درست. هم به سوی نبرد. و چی نیاز دارید؟
آری. علومی آمی صحیح.
هو کاوز بری جگره بری جنگ. بس آماده. زم جنگ ساماده. زم بری جگره پل ساماد. زم بری.
آری. آمی کنم.
زم جگره زم بری جنگ.
صحیح.
ساماده. بری زم بری.
آری. صحیح.
جگره ساماده. بری جنگ.
به طرف جنگ.
انجامش میدم. زرتپیم. حرکت نشم کولای.
چوب بر.
به طرف جنگ. انجامش میتو. حمله. انجامش میتو. به طرف جنگ. آماده. حمله. میروم. بس حمله. میروم. درست است. خواهم کرد. میروم.
زوز کشم. بله. نجار. خواهم. درست میروم. نجار. زرتپیم.
آری.
حرکت
میکنم.
نشم کولای.
میروم. به طرف جنگ. آماده ام. و چی نیاز دارید؟ انجامش میدم. حمله. آماده‌ام. در انجامش می. بس حمله.
بچینی انجام خواهم کرد. سازنده.
آسمی معمار آری علوف جمع کن آری سر علوف جمع کن آمار معدنچی سلام معدنچی
بله. میروم.
آری علوف جمع می کنم صحیح آری هم صحیح آری
درست است. سازنده. تیاری. به جگره بالا.
Yes.
Funani.
Bayete. Ngembe. Ayivive.
Yebo baba.
Uzokwe ngiyavuma.
Yebo baba. Yahamba. Kuhlasela.
Ngiyavuma. Ngembe ngiyavuma. Ngembe kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Baye ngiyavuma. Khuluma kulungile. Uzokwenza ngiyavuma.
Funani. Okay.
Khuluma ngempela. Uzokwenza ngempela. Musukanga. Kulungile. Baye musukanga. Kulungile.
Yebo baba.
Ngiyavuma.
Funani. Okay.
Kulungile. Bayet ngiyavuma. Ayivive. Kulungile.
Yebo baba. Funani. Yebo baba. Funani kuhlasela. Funani kuhlasela.
Ngiyavuma.
Yebo baba. Yebo kuhlasela.
Ugaloxi. Akha.
Kulungile.
Funani esiko kuhlasela.
Khuluma kulungile. Ngempela. Kulungile. Ngiyavuma. Ngempela kulungile. Khuluma. Uzokwenzani lapha? Ngiyavuma.
Yebo baba. Kuhlasela.
Ngempela. Ngiyavuma.
Ugaloxi. Akha.
Ngempela. Ngempela. Kulungile.
Funani. Yebo baba. Funani bawami.
Ngiyavuma.
Yebo baba. Yebo baba. Yebo baba.
Isigodo. Nezokuwena.
Funani. Yebo yahamba. Yebo baba. Umane bawami.
Ngingazizwa.
Funani. Yebo baba. Isiko. Yebo baba.
Uzokulungile ngempela.
Yahamba. Umane kuhlasela. Yebo baba.
Ngiyavuma. Ngempela.
Funani.
Ayivive.
Ugalok. Ukulwa. Ugalok. Ngizohlasa ukulwa. Ububili.
Kulungile. Musukanga.
Ububili. Ukulwa.
Ngizohlasela.
Ngempela. Kulungile. Uzokhuluma. Ayivive. Ngiyavuma. Bayede. Kulungile. Uzokwenza ngiyavuma. Kulungile.
Ngingazizwa. Ugalok.
Ngiyavuma.
Ufunani? Ukubiza. Ngikulungele. Ngingaziza. Nezokuwena ugalosi.
Yahamba. Umane bawa. Yahamba. Yebo ubuka yena.
Ngikulunge bungayela.
Ngiyahamba nezokuwenza.
Yahamba. Yebo nami.
Ngingazizwa. Ukuhlasela. Ufuthi emgodini.
Yebo yahamba. Yebo baba.
Nezokuwenza.
Khuluma.
Ngiyahamba.
Bayede. Uzokwenza kulungile. Uzokwenzani? Ngiyavuma.
Ugaloki.
Funani. Umane bawami.
Ngiyahamba. Ugalosi. Ukubiza.
Yebo baba.
Ukulwa.
Ngizohlasela. Ngiyahamba.
Amabutho
Ufunani? Ukulwa.
Ufunani? Ngizohlasela. Ngingazizwa.
Ngizohlasela. Ukulwa.
Ngiyahamba. Ukubiza.
Umane bawami.
Ufunani? Ukubiza.
Ukubiza.
Yebo baba. Yebo baba.
Ngizohlasela. Ngiyahamba.
Ukuziphakamisa kwakho kuzokwenza wehlule. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Uzokwenzani lapha? Khuluma. Kulungile. Bayede ngempela.
Yahamba. Funani. Umane bawami.
Ngempela kulungile.
Ngingazizwa. Nezokuwenza.
Yebo baba, kuhlasela.
Ngiyavuma.
Funa yebo baba.
Ugaloki.
Yebo baba. Yakomane bawami. Funani.
Ufuna ugaloki.
Yebo baba.
Ngikulungele. Ugaloki.
Komane bawami.
Ugaloki ukuhlasela.
Yakomane bawami.
Ngempela.
Yebo baba. Yebo baba. Yakoma emgodini. Esikole.
Ngiyavuma.
Yebo baba. Yakomane bawami.
Ngempela. Kulungile. Musu ukhuluma. Ngiyavuma. Ngizohlasela, ngingazizwa. Amabutho ami ahlulile. Kanti nami ngikwenzele phansi. Kanti nami ngikwenzele phansi.
Komane bawami.
Ufunani? Baye ngempela khuluma. Baye ngempela kulungile. Ngiyavuma.
Yahamba. Kuhlasela.
Ngiyahamba akha ugaloki nezokuwenza ugaloki nezokuwenza ngingazi bungayela isigodo ugaloki
Yahamba.
ufunani
Funani.
nezokuwenza
Yebo baba.
ufuna bungayela
Yebo baba.
ugaloki ukuhlasela bungayela
Funani. Ya emgodini.
ufunani ugaloki ngingazi emgodini
Yebo baba. Funa yanda. Paka.
Kumane bawami.
Funani. Emgodini.
Ngingaziza. Ufunani isigodo?
Yebo baba. Paka. Yanda.
Ugaloke.
Yebo baba.
Ugaloke.
Funa yanda.
Ngiyahamba. Ngikulungele. Ufuna ugaloke. Ngingazi nezokuwenza. Ufuna ukuhlasela. Ukuhlasela. Ufuna ukuhlasela.
Yebo isigodo. Funani. Yebo baba. Funani. Yebo yanda. Funani.
Kumane bawami.
Yebo baba. Yanda. Funani.
Kumane
Yebo
bawami.
baba. Yebo baba. Funani. Yanda. Yebo baba.
Kumane bawami.
Yebo baba. Funani. Yanda. Yebo baba. Yanda. Funani.
Ukuziphakamisa kwakho kuzokwenza wehlulwe. Ngiyavuma. Ngiyavuma. Kulungile. Bayede.
Ufuna ngizohlasela.
Ayikho inkinga.
Kulungile.
Nakanjani?
Musukanga.
Ayikho inkinga. Ayikho inkinga.
Musu. Ayivive. Bayede. Ngiyavuma. Musukanga. Kulungile.
Ngiyahamba. Akha.
Kunjalo. Ayikho inkinga.
Ukubisa.
Nakanjani?
Ufuna nezokuwenza. Isigodo.
Yes. me lo voy a hacer. Preparado. Sí, lo voy a hacer, sí.
Oiga.
Oima. Ahama. Yapi. Maitei.
¿Qué me ordenan? Lo voy a sí. Lo voy a sí. Voy a hacerlo.
Preparado. Correcto.
Paraíba. Aimunyan Kuama.
¿Sí? Sí. Lo voy a hacerlo. Preparado. Sí, voy a hacerlo.
Albaibria.
¿Qué me ordena? Sí, lo haré. Preparado. Sí, lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré. Voy a hacer, sí. ¡Al ataque! ¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré. ¿Sí? Sí, lo haré.
¿Cuál es su comando? Recolectora.
Lo haré. Sí. Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo.
Oima. Koan. Yapi.
Aikobe. Atepe. Aimunyan Kuama. Alba. Aimunyan Kuama.
Sí, lo haré. Voy a hacerlo.
Hola, sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí.
¿Sí?
Aikobe. Aibria.
¿Qué me ordena? Sí.
Maide. Ahama. Yapi.
Lo haré.
She. Ubirat nusa.
Koan ain yapi.
Oima. Yapi. She. Yapi.
Paraíba. Aimunyan Kuama. Aikobe. Aibria.
Paraíba. Aïkobet.
Oui. Je le ferai.
Hola.
¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré.
Paraíba. Aimunyan Kuama.
Sí, sí. Lo haré. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí. Sí, lo haré.
Sí, voy a hacer.
Sí, voy a hacer. Sí. ¿Qué me? Sí, lo voy, sí. Lo haré.
Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Lo así. ¿Sí?
Voy a hacer.
¿Cuál es? Lo haré.
A las armas. Sí. A la guerra. ¿Qué? Lo voy a hacer. Sí, lo voy, sí. 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 A las armas, sí.
Sí. ¿Qué me va? Voy a hacerlo.
Paraí. Asobenge. Aimunyan Kuama. Koan Ajapota. Jogapok. Maidei Oima. Iwilatrosa. Aiko bakurite y Aimunyan Kuama. Maidei Iwilatrosa.
Leñadora.
Paraí. Asobenge. Aimunyan Kuama.
Preparado. Lo así. Voy a. Sí. Lo haré. Voy a hacer. Al ataque. Sí, voy a hacer. Voy a. Sí, sí. Lo haré. Voy a hacer. Sí, al ataque. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy, sí.
Aikobe.
Oima. Nyot.
Koange Ajape Kaima. Yapi.
Che. Yapi.
Oima.
Sí, lo voy a hacer.
Mai Ajega. Yoga.
Sí, correcto. Lo haré. ¿Hola? Sí. Correcto.
Preparado. Lo haré.
Preparado. Entendido. Hoy Wilatrosa.
Sí, abastecedor.
¿Cuál es? Abastecedora.
Maidei.
¿Qué me ordena?
Alba. Asobenge. Kurite y Aimunyan Kuama.
Hoy hay entendido. Preparado, lo haré. Queme leñador.
Paraíba. Ay, Muñan Guama.
Maite Ubiratrosa. Oi Ubiratrosa.
Sí, voy a hacerlo.
Sí, sí, correcto. Constructor.
¿Qué me ordena? Sí, lo haré.
Maitei Ubiratrosa.
Hoy hay yoga box.
Sí, leñadora.
Preparado, voy a hacerlo. Sí, voy a hacerlo. Voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. Al ataque. Sí, lo haré. Al así.
Que lo haré.
Preparado. ¿Qué? Voy a las armas.
Preparada. Sí, constructora.
Sí, lo haré. Prepara. Lo haré. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré. Lo haré.
Sí, correcto, constructora.
¿Qué me? Sí, al ataque. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Sí, a las armas.
Sí, lo haré, sí.
Voy a hacerlo. Sí, al ataque. Sí, voy a sí, al así. Al ataque. Sí, al así. Sí, a las armas. Sí, al así. Al ataque. Sí, a las armas. Sí, que me prepara. Sí, al así. Que me a las armas. Sí, al así. Voy a hacer. Al así. A las armas. Sí, lo voy a hacer. Al así.
Sí, al así. Preparado.
¿Qué me ordena? Así. Sí, lo haré. Al así. Sí, a las armas.
A las armas. Sí. Sí. Al así.
¿Qué me ordena? Lo voy a hacer. Sí. Sí. Lo haré. Al así. Al así. Al ataque. Sí, lo haré. Voy a hacer. Sí. Al ataque. A las armas.
Sí. A las armas.
Prepara. Sí, sí. Voy a hacer. Sí. Sí, lo haré. Sí. Preparado. Voy a hacer. Al ataque. ¿Qué? Al ataque. A las armas.
Preparado. Sí, al ataque.
Sí, lo haré. Sí. Sí, al ataque. ¿Qué me ordena? Al así. Así, a las armas. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, al ataque. Sí, al ataque. Preparo. Sí, lo voy a hacerlo.
¿Sí?
Ay, Muñan Guama.
Sí, al ataque. A las armas. Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena?
Al ataque.
Al ataque. Preparado. Sí, al así. Sí, voy a sí, al así. Voy a así. A las armas. Al así. Al ataque. Preparado. Sí, a las armas. Sí, al ataque. ¿Qué me ordena? Prepara. Sí, lo haré.
¿Qué me lo sí, constructor.
¿Qué me ordena? Al ataque. Sí, voy a hacer. A las armas.
Sí.
Maite Nathan. Oima. Ay, Ayapota, Yogapok.
Sí, lo voy a hacer. Sí. ¿Qué me... Sí, lo haré. A las armas. Preparado. Sí, lo haré. Sí.
Yes.
Preparado. A sus
Votre
órdenes.
ordre?
Where's Verde? Went to go heat up some meat. He's getting hungry. Let me ping, see where he is. Let me do some pinging. Ping, ping, ping. Lobby open. Where are you, Zelda Verde? You were just here. Wanted to do my Saudi Arabian build with you. Or I should say Gommiustan. It's not even mine. It's Gommiustan is the one that decided to, you know, put cheese on bread or tomato sauce on pizza dough or whatever and figured out that, hey, maybe we should run the infantry training card with Wadi Al Ajman, and turns out it's really good. So, yeah. Let's see if he shows up. Yeah. If not, I'm gonna probably open up another recording for you to watch or whatever. Yeah. Sounds like I should just do another record game, right, and watch it with you. Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully somebody will be back in a little bit. I think Josevi said he'd be back soon, right? Yeah. So which one are we on? We're on number 3, right? Of this Gommiustan versus Nathan series, correct? What was even the name of the coin? I already forgot. What was it? BO. Oh yeah, BO. BO. Stinky BO. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Let's get a Gudrun.
Selam.
Huh. He just looks like Russian just shipped in Cossacks. Also, it looks like, at least for now, it looks like the Ottomans no longer have the Mamluk shipment. Got replaced with the Dabits, assault cavalry from Jabal Shamar. It's pretty much a mercenary police, so it's an assault unit that gets a charge attack that does exponentially more damage than the regular one. So the regular hand attack is 62, the charge attack is 140. 140 damage. Now, there's some, like, early game infantry that could instantly die from that sort of thing. Like, these line infantry. I think they could die for it. I don't know. They're almost like, they'd almost be, like, dead getting hit by one of these strikes. So, yeah, I know. You definitely don't want to run into these guys anytime soon. That's for sure. 100%. Quite a tricky scenario. Yeah, look at that damage. It just, like, punctures right through the line infantry. Just destroys them. Wow. That's gnarly. Look at that gnarly damage there. Wow. Also, did you see earlier how Nathan planned his push right around the time Gommiustan was trying to get this treasure here with 2 villagers? That was, like, so peak right there. That was, like, really good. Really, really good. I like how Nathan's just retreating with his Dabats now. So that way he can wait for them to get their charge attack back. And then they'll be able to strike them once again. And do even more damage. Yeah, that's so good actually. Really good. Should be ready to do another charge attack rather soon. And they'll hit pretty deep into him. Totally.
بلاغ عن الفارس الصنديد.
13 Mayedovoy. Well, I can tell you what. Prussia is not in good shape right now because they took some pretty hefty army losses to those Fortress Age assault units from Nathan. Nathan played this match really well going for a fast fortress into assault cav. It's something that's really hard to go around unless you have a lot of light cav. You know, makes it fortunate to be civs like Koreans or Chinese that can get the cav archers in age 2. Other civs, it's quite difficult to deal with it. Russia kind of has to age up now. Now, what does he age up into exactly? It's going to be tough to say. He's going to have to ship 6 dragoons to deal with the assault, and they'll probably want falconets as well. And from there, he'll probably just get resource crates. He's going to have to come up with something, though, that's strategic. Otherwise, he'll run into a lot of problems.
Готов. Приказ? Приказ?
بلاغ عن الفارس الصنديد. الفارس الصنديد.
Dang, did they lose their charge attack? They might not. They might not lose their charge attack, man. That's crazy. I think they're stuck in their charge attack. They do like 140 damage. That's like scary, man. Tell me about it. Like, wow. I just realized that, like, I don't think they lose their charge attack at all. They're just doing constant charge attacks. That's like crazy. Now it's like literally a Yulon at that point. That's like brutal. They'll have to fix that so that the charge attack actually works properly. No, they don't lose the charge attack. They just keep doing the charge attack. They just instantly kill everything. Oh god, this is horrible. This is horrible, man. This is scary stuff. They just keep instantly killing everything with the charge attack. That's like insane. In the membrane, that's like brutal. At least Gommiustan got those things killed finally. Now I can actually have like a real match. Big time. That I didn't expect that. I thought it was like actually worked properly. Did the charge attack and then went in the regular melee. Looks like those guys were bugged somehow with their melee attack, where they just keep doing the charge attack action instead of shifting to regular melee like the Faris does. Oh, he's making those assault units from Azerbaijan. Yeah, Azerbaijani heavy armor Devil's Head Cav. They have 60% melee armor. Yeah, 60% melee armor. They like tank more than half melee damage. 60% melee armor. Scary unit. Like they barely even get poked by melee. You have to use like range attacks like that to counter them. If you have like a big army of pikemen, they'll like tank them so well. You should have been just a big army of some Kalchis at the end there to fight the infantry with, and I think he would have been fine. And just use their Giselle attack to do 41 damage. That probably would have went a lot smoother, I think. There he is. There's the man of the hour. Wonder where you went.
أنا ذاهب على بالفور. أنا على الفور بمنتهى السرعة. ما هي مهمتي؟ بالشكل الذي يسرك. كيف بدون على الفور.
مرحبا. أنا سأفعل ذلك. أنا
سأفعل ذلك. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟ كيف بالشكل الذي يسرك. كما بمنتهى السرعة. بالشكل نعم كما فوق كما بالشكل بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف كما أنا بدون مزيد من التأخير. على أنا بمنتهى السرعة. إنني أنا طوء بنانك. بدون مزيد من التأخير. أنا بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف أنا بالشكل الأجلي كما نعم بالشكل على الفور. إنني أتوجس خفية. كما فوق أنا نعم بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف كما بدون مزيد من التأخير. أنا على الفور. أجل فورا. كيف نعم فورا بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف أنا طوء بنانك. كيف بمنتهى السرعة على الفور. أجل بدون مزيد من التأخير. أجل أنا طوء بنانك. كيف يمكن نعم أنا طوء نعم بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟
ما هي
أنا ذاهب.
سأفعل ذلك.
أنا ذاهب. صياد. ما هي صياد؟
أنا مستعد.
أنا ذاهب.
حاضر سيادة.
تحركوا. نعم تحركوا. وقت مضاعف. تحركوا. وقت مضاعف. إلى الأمام. تحركوا. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟ على الفور. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. وقت مضاعف. كيف يمكنني فورا؟ هيئة اللواء. إلى تحركوا.
ما هي أوامرك؟
ما هي مهم بالشكل الذي أجل بمنتهى أنا على نعم. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟ إنني أنا طوء بنانك. بدون مزيد من التأخير. أجل أنا بالشكل الذي يسرك. كيف بدون مزيد من التأخير. أجل نعم على الفور. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. سر.
أنا حطاب. نعم صياد.
نعم وقت مضاعف. ما بمنتهى السرعة. تحركوا.
نعم سيد. وقت مضاعف. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. هيا إلى وقت مضاعف. أجل وقت. استعدوا للمعركة. هيا استعداد القوات للمعركة. نعم سيد. استعدوا للمعركة. استعداد القوات للمعركة. ارفعوا الراية. استعدوا للمعركة. إلى الأمام. إعداد القوات للمعركة. ارفعوا الراية. تحركوا. نعم وقت مضاعف. أجل. إلى الأمام سر. هيئة اللواءات. وقت مضاعف. أجل. تحركوا. هيئة اللواءات. إلى الأمام سر.
صياد.
حطابة.
هيئة اللواءات. تحركوا. نعم. استعداد. أجل سيد. إلى الأمام. استعدوا للمعركة. نعم سيد. إلى الأمام. أرفعوا الراية. إعداد القوات للمعركة. استعداد. وقت. أرفعوا الراية. هيئة اللواءات. وقت مضاعف.
نعم. عامل منجم.
أجل. تحركوا. هيئة اللواءات. إلى الأمام سر. أجل سيد. إلى إعداد القوات للمعركة. أجل سيد. تحركوا. وقت استعيدوا للإعداد لسماع الأوامر. أرفعوا الراية. نعم. هيئة اللواءات. أرفعوا. إلى الأمام. تحركوا. استعدوا للمعركة. أجل. وقت مضاعف. هيئة إلى الأمام سر. تحركوا. إعداد القوات للوقت مضاعف. استعدوا للمعركة. أجل. نعم. أجل سيد. نعم سيد. تحركوا. أرفعوا الراية. أرفعوا الراية. نعم سيد. أرفعوا الإعداد. تحركوا. استعداد. تحركوا. وقت مضاعف. هيئة إلى الأمام. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. أجل. وقت مضاعف. إلى الأمام. استعداد. تحركوا. هيئة اللواءات. أرفعوا الراية. نعم. تحركوا. أرفعوا الراية. أجل سيد. أرفعوا الراية. إعداد القوات للمعركة. أرفعوا الراية. أجل سيد. استعدوا للمعركة. استعدوا. نعم سيد. أجل سيد. أرفعوا الراية. إعداد القوات. استعدوا للمعركة. استعدوا للمعركة. نعم سيدي. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات. استعدوا للمعركة.
ما هي أوامرك؟
هيئة اللواءات إلى الأمام. سر. أجل سيدي. نعم تحركوا. أجل سيدي. تحركوا. هيئة اللواءات. تحركوا. استعداد لسماع الأوامر.
أنا ذاهب. بناء.
نعم سيتحركوا. أجل إلى الأمام. سر. استعداد. تحركوا. نعم سيدي. إلى تحركوا. استعد. وقت مضاعف. نعم سيدي. إلى الأمام. وقت تحركوا. وقت مضاعف. استعداد لسماع. تحركوا. هيئة اللواءات. وقت مضاعف.
حاضر.
مرحبا.
أجل سيدي. إلى الأمام. نعم سيدي. استعداد لسماع الأوامر.
أنا ذاهب.
حاضر صيادة.
استعداد لسماع الأوامر. وقت مضاعف.
أنا مستعدة. ما هي أوامر صيادة؟
ما هي صياد؟
نعم سيدي. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. خفية. إلى الأمام. وقت مضاعف. إلى الأمام. إلى الأمام. تحركوا. إلى الأمام. ارفعوا الراية. أجل. استعدوا للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. أجل. ارفعوا الراية. وقت تحركوا. فورا. استعداد. تحركوا.
نعم. حطاب. أنا مستعد. صياد.
هيئة اللواءات. إلى الأمام. سر. أجل سيدي. تحرك. وقت مضاعف. هيئة. تحرك. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. سيدي. أجل سيدي. وقت مضاعف. نعم سيدي. استعدوا للمعركة. وقت مضاعف. ارفعوا الراية. ارفعوا الراية. ارفعوا الراية. تحركوا أجل سيدي وقت مضاعف تحركوا هيئة اللواءات تحركوا أجل تحركوا هيئة وقت مضاعف أجل سيد إلى وقت مضاعف نعم وقت إلى تحركوا وقت مضاعف إلى الأمام سر إلى الأمام إعداد القوات للمعركة تعيشوا للمعركة إعداد القوات للمعركة وقت مضاعف تحركوا نعم تحركوا إعداد القوات للمعركة أرفعوا الراية استعيدوا للمعركة إعداد القوات للمعركة أرفعوا الراية وقت مضاعف إلى الأمام تحركوا نعم إعداد القوات للمعركة استعدوا للمعركة إعداد القوات أرفعوا الراية
صياد
نعم سيد وقت مضاعف استعداد لسماع الأوامر إلى الأمام تحرك إلى الأمام سر
كما ترغب بمنتهى السرعة
استعداد لسماع الأوامر إلى وقت تحركوا أجل سيدي وقت إلى الأمام سر استعداد لسماع الأوامر هيئة اللواءات وقت إلى تحركوا وقت إلى الأمام تحركوا وقت مضاعف تحركوا إعداد القوات استعيدوا للمعركة استعيدوا وقت مضاعف ارفعوا الراية استعيدوا وقت مضاعف ارفعوا الراية عجل، إنني أتماهي بدون مزيد من التأخير.
حطاب. سأفعل ذلك. بناء بناء. حطاب.
استعداد لسماع وقت مضاعف. لا وقت مضاعف. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. كما ترغب. ما هي على كما أنا على نعم بالشكل أنا طو على الفور. هيئة اللواءات. وقت مضاعف. تحركوا. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد أرسل. استعيدوا للمعركة. تحركوا. أرسلوا الراية. تحركوا. وقت مضاعف. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. إلى الأمام سر. أجل بدون مزيد من أجل تحت إلى الأمام. استعدوا للمعركة. استعداد لسماع الأوامر. هيئة اللواءات.
ليش میارته؟ بله. حکم بیرخته. آماده. اطاعت می. از اینکه من بله. اطاعت میشه.
بله اطاعت میکنم. شکارچی چیکار کنم؟
بله. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
بله میسازم.
چکار کنم؟ به کدام میوه حرکت میکنم؟
آماده. بله. از این بله. از این بله. بله. از این بله. اطاعت میشه.
اما چکار کنم؟
بگو شکارچی.
آماده‌ام. به کد حرکت میکنم. شکارچی. بگو بله کد میوه چین. بله حرکت شکارچی.
شکار بله. از این بله. اطاعت حمله.
به گوش بله اطاعت میسازم
آمادم. امنه. چه کار کنم؟ امنه. آمادم. از این اطاعت میشه. امنه. از این بله. امنه. از این که من آزاد کردی متشکرم. چه کار؟ بله. از این بله. اطاعت میشه. بله. بله. از این که من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آمادم
اما بله.
بله حرکت شکارچی
چه کار کنم؟ bayrakta. Rişkan Noel. آمادم.
هوخ اقلی میارته bayrakta
چه کار کنم؟ امنه. امنه.
ليش ويخ اقلی رişkan Noel میارته
امنه.
هوخ bayrakta
چه کار کنم؟ امنه. اما از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. چه کار کنم؟ از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
چوب بر
آماده. از اینکه اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردی. بله. از این بله. از این بله. بله. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت میشه. از این بله. از این بله. اطاعت از این که بله. از این که من آزاد کردی متشکرم. اما اطاعت بله. از این بله. اطاعت میشه.
بله اطاعت چوب بر
بله. بله. اطاعت از این اطاعت میشه. از این که من آزاد کردی متشکرم. اطاعت میشه. از این که من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله. اطاعت میشه. بله.
بله حرکت میکنم. آماده کدام نقطه؟ میسازم.
چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت میشه. امنه.
بله چوب بر به گوش هستم. چوب بر
خیلی متاسفم. آماده. قادر به انجام اون نیستم.
به گوش هست. حرکت میکنم. آماده حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
آماده بله
چوب بر آماده. چوب بر
بله کدام شکارچی شکار بله اطاعت میسازم
ليش مخ ريشخان نوهل.
بله تا معدنچی. معدنچی. آمادم. به کدام نقطه؟ بله اطاعت میکنم. چوب بر. چوب بر. بگو بله. آمادم. اطاعت میکنم. بگوش بله تا بله میسازم.
بگو حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
آمادم. اطاعت میکنم.
بله میروم. حمله.
چه کار کنم؟ چوب بر.
چه کار کنم؟ بله میروم. میروم. بله میجنگم. آماده. بله میسازم. میروم. حمله. بله حمله. آماده. بله حمله. چه کار کنم؟ میجنگم. بله میجنگم. چه کار کنم؟ بله حرکت میکنم. میسازم. بله
آمادم. به حرکت میکنم. میسازم. بگوش اطاعت شکارچی.
هم حمله. سلام هم حمله. آری سلام هم حمله. آری هم حمله. سلام حمله. آماده هم حمله.
معدن
سلام حمله. حمله. سلام هم حمله.
آماده.
آری حمله میکن. صحیح. سلام. سلام میکنم. آماده. آری میکنم. سلام میکنم. آری
بگوش هست حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
احساس میکنم که قدرتمندتر هستم. از اینکه من اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله اطاعت بله. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من بله از اینکه من آزاد اما اطاعت میشه. حمله. از اینکه حمله. چه کار کنم؟
آماده. بله
آری
چه کار کنم؟ چوب شکارچی.
اما بله حمله.
صحیح. حمله.
حمله. حمله.
چه جنگم.
حمله. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آماده حمله. جنگم.
میکنم. حمله.
آماده.
متشکرم. چه بله اطاعت میشه.
بله میسازم.
آماده. بله
به گوش هستم.
چوب بر.
چه کار کنم؟ اما از این بله از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آماده.
آری صحیح.
چه کار کنم؟ بله.
چه کار کنم؟ بله اما اطاعت میشه.
چه کار کنم؟ بله.
چه بله.
بگو میوه چین.
بله.
اما از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آری میکنم. آری صحیح میکنم.
چه کار؟ چوب بر. آماده حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
سلام.
آری.
بله بله چوب بر.
آری میکنم.
چه چوب بر.
آمادم. معدنچی. معدنچی.
آماده. صحیح.
آمادم. میسازم.
آمادم. بله. میسازم
به گوش هستم. به کدام نقطه؟ میسازم.
آری آری
آمادم. بله.
سلام صحیح آری صحیح میکنم.
بله. اطاعت.
چیکار کنم؟ معدنچی به گوش هستم. آمادم. معدنچی
اطاعت. من اطاعت میشه.
به گوش حرکت میکنم. بله بله
آماده. اطاعت. میسازم.
آماده. بله تا کدام اطاعت میکنم. بله تا کدام نقطه؟
آری صحیح 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 میکنم. حمله حمله
چه کار کنم؟
آری صحیح آماده میکنم. آری میکنم. صحیح آری حمله. سلام آری صحیح آری حمله حمله حمله.
بله بله.
آری آری آماده حمله. آماده میکنم. آری حمله آماده حمله. سلام آری آماده میکنم. آری صحیح میکنم. صحیح آماده صحیح آری میکنم. آری صحیح میکنم. آماده صحیح میکنم. سلام آری میکنم. صحیح میکنم. حمله آری آری سلام میکنم. حمله آری سلام آماده.
Yes.
صد کواما برید
سلام می کنم.
سلام تیاری هو ز ساماده انجام میره خواهم که میروم شکارچی
آماده.
بله
آری آری.
صد کواما
سلام آری. معمار. آماده. آری شکارچی.
هو ساماده کواما
سلام آری. سمی آری. صحیح. معمار.
کواما ساماده چمتو کو ساماده تیا کوا ساما کواما
آماده. میکن صحیح. میکنم.
خواهم که شکارچی
آری شکارچی. آماده.
سلام نجار
سلام.
آماده هستم
آری آری چوب بر.
ليش مخكي بيرخته
چمتو سکو زما تیا ساماده
سلام.
حكمونا ومنا هوك ليش خانوهل
بله کواما زما صدب زم کواما زما ساماده
ليش ليش خانو ليش بيرخته
چم ساماده صد پکارده کواما جنگ تا زم کواما هو زما بری د جګړې په لور کواما برید کواما جنگ تا زما د جګړې په ساماده برید زما تیا چمتوی زما هو سامادا کاو زما سلام سازنده سلام کاوما تایا زما کاوما
آماس می کنم. معمار.
بچ نجار
آریس می کنم. شکارچی.
هو باز سامادا
سلار می کنم. آماده. آری صحیح. آری می آری صحیح. می آری می کنم. شکارچی.
آما میروا شکارچی سال کاو زما
آری
تیار کاوما هو سامادا هو سامادا کاو سامادا سلام درست است سازنده کاو ساو زما میروم تیاریم
ساری معدنچی. آمی آری سلام می آری صحیح آماده.
سلام درست می انجامش میتونم
صدق کاو سامادا زما جنگ تا سلام نجار شکارچی آماده ان شکارچی سامادا هو کاو ساما کاوما زما ساما کاوما زم سامادا کاو سامادا بس کاو زما تایس کاوما زما
اسکر مار
کاوما جگره پالا جنگ تا
سلام باز طرف جنگ
مظبوط ودره مظبوط ودره الله اکبر
صدق زما کاوم جنگ او جنگ بری
بچی بس بسوی نبا
جنگ بری بری تیاریم با بری جنگ صدق سا بری جنگ جگره بری
سلام می آری معمار
شمتو تیار جبری جنگ شمتو جبری
بچی یا خومه با طرف جنگ
صدق کاوم زما
آری صحیح سمی آری معمار
هو کاوما
چوب بر.
Kawama. Samada.
آری چوب بر.
Zama. Kawama. Bachinio me khwa merawam. سازنده کواما سامادا هو سامادا Samada. Cham zama. Zama. Ba najar. بچین در خواهم کرد سازنده کواما هو زما بله
سلام میکنم صحیح میکنم شکارچی آماده شکارچی
چمسا کواما
آری علوف جمع کن
بله انجامش میدهم سازنده آماده ام
آماده میکنم شکارچی سلام چوب بر
آماده هستم تیاری کواما هو سما کواما زما سما زما صد کواما تیار سما کواما زما د جګړې په سما زما کواما زما کواما بله کواما سلام صد زم کواما سامادا هو سامادا کواما زما سامادا کواما سامادا
ان شاء الله
چمتو زم زما کواما سامادا کواما زما زما
آری صحیح
بله خواهند میروم سازنده چمسا زما هو زما سلام
معدنچی
بس سامادا کواما سامادا زما بله جبری صد کاو زما تایا کاو سامادا با کاو سامادا کاوما تایا کاوما بله نجار آماده خواهم کرد شکارچی بله می انجامش میدهم سازنده بله ساماده آماده هستم انجامش میتم
آمادن چی؟ سلام می کنم معمار
چمکاو ساماده آماده شکارچی با کاو زما
ومنى
سلام
آری صحیح آری معدنچی
دير مصروفي دل دوچند ما مزبوط و دريقة دوچند مارش مزبوط و مارش
بله ساماده
ماته
سلام آری معدنچی صحیح. شکارچی.
آماده هستم. سازنده.
چوب بر. چوب بر.
نجار.
توپخانه.
سلام می کنم. معمار. آری. معمار.
عسكر مزبوط ودريكا ان شاء الله. ليش خان وهل بايرخته.
سلام. چوب معدنچی.
اما خواهم که شکارچی.
دير دوا چند وقت مزبوط ودريكا.
صدق کردی.
عسكر.
و چی انجامش میدهم؟ سازنده.
این دو الان
جنگ ساماده. جنگ.
توپخانه می بندر نکری. توپخانه. خانم فایر وکره. فایر وکره.
جنگ. جگره بالا. اما درست است. زتپیه. سازنده. حرکت نشم توانم. سلام. تیاریم. شمپو. تیاری. زکوام. جنگ. ساماده. بله. شمپویم. جنگ. جنگ. تیاریم.
توپخانه.
بله جنگ تیاری به جگره بالو آماده ام نجار میروم شکارچی نجار
آماده آری میکن شکارچی
بله انجامش میدهم سازنده نجار
آری چوب بر سلام چوب بر میکنم صحیح شکارچی
سلام شکارچی نجار
آمی آری معدنچی سلام معدنچی
بله خواهم کرد سازنده سلام درست است سازنده
بایرخته
آماده ام سازنده زوز کشم
آماده معدنچی
آماده نجار
دیر مصروفی مارش
بچ نجار بله نجار آماده هستم باغبان خواهم کرد باغبان
ليش مخكي
سلام جنگ تا
الله وشنگ دیر مصروفی دل
جنگ هوا جنگ سمن سمده سمده
مات كنيسة؟
سلام.
توپخانه؟
انجامش میدهم. انجامش باغبان. خواه باغبان.
آری چوببر سلامی صحیح معمار
Готов. Приказ? Что? Да. Будет сделано. Сделаю.
آماده آری چوببر سلام می کنم معمار چوببر آری چوببر
سلام.
Готов.
إن شاء الله مارش.
تایا زما. Kawama. Zama. The jagger Kawama. Chamba Sama. Zam Kawa. Jang. Osa. Jang.
Приказ? Да. Ой. Готов.
Chamtuya.
توپخانه؟
Kawama. The jagger Jang.
سلام چوببر
Bal Sama. Kawama. Salam. Zama. Taya. The jagger Palo. Sama. Kawama. Bri. Jang. Kawa. Zam Samada. Chamtuya. Bri. Zama. Zawos Bale. Jang. Kawam. The Bri.
یا گروپونه
سه
دور
کواما.
کرد توپخانه جری آدمی بنده نکره
Bale. Sam Jang. Kawa Zama. The jagger Palo. Sa Bri. The jagger Palo. Oh. Basa Zama. Samada. Kawama. Sadepuk Samada. Ho. The jagger
الله الله اور
Chambri Jang. Sadepuk Karde. Oh. The jagger Kawa. The jagger Bazama. Oh. Jang. Chambri.
Yes.
Alright, looks like nobody's showing up. I don't see Zelda Verde joining, and I think Jeff's doing his own lobby right now. So what should we do? Should I get the Kyber open again? Do some Battlefront Plus? Oh, that'd be cool. I'd like to get some Battlefront Plus in today. Should be quite good. Indeed. I'd love when I get some Supremacy in. Maybe sometime we could try Galactic Assault as well with that mod. Would be fun. So yeah, let me set that up. Take a little bit. Give me a few moments. a new mod on my Kyber. It says it's gonna have to download like 6.1 gigabytes. Yeah, it's quite a bit, but it should be fun. I guess they updated Battlefront Expanded to version 7.2. So it looks like I have to re-download the whole thing again and patch my install. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Yeah, because I want to play some stuff. Because I guess it said that I needed to like update Battlefront Plus as well. Yeah. I wish I knew. Because obviously the download times could be super duper slow and stuff. Yeah, totally. Big time. We'll just wait here in the meantime, though. Yeah, should be alright either way. Don't you just love it when they patch mods on the day that you want to go play it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is there anyone available for Wars of Liberty in the meantime? Or no, let me see. No, no one. Oof. How long is this thing gonna take? And why couldn't I join the other ones too? Let me go back. It says that instead I can try to download Battlefront Plus update and just... Yeah, I'll just do Battlefront Plus again. Yeah. That'll download a lot faster. The other thing was taking like forever and ever to download. This is at least going at a reasonable speed. Yeah, totally. Yeah. We could save the Battlefront Expanded for another day. Because it looks like there's a cool mod called HVV Chaos that they combine with Expanded Plus so that you can play HVV with up to 20 versus 20 people. All using like 100 different heroes and villains and stuff. Yeah, that looks pretty awesome. I'm gonna try that big time. Yep, it's all... Yeah, I don't know why Expanded took so long to download. It looks like this Battlefront Plus is already halfway done. It's like crazy, man. I just want to play some stuff. Big time. %99 done. What about the other 1%? Extracting files. All right, we're in. We're gonna make it. Awesome. Hopefully it lets me play Battlefront Plus while I'm, downloading and installing the other one, because maybe we can play that afterwards. We can do a bit of, plus and then do that, yeah. Yep. Alright, it says we can start now. Alright, let's jump in. Let me close Wars of Liberty first, though, so it doesn't lag out like crazy. Yeah, it might cause some, Yeah, it said it was dropping frames because I was, like, downloading the mod and stuff. Alright. We should be good now, though. Yeah, totally. That makes sense why it was dropping frames. I totally get that, because I was, like, trying to download a mod and such. My PC couldn't handle the performance and everything, yeah. Should be okay now, though. If it says now, it's okay. Alright. So let me just get that booted up so we can start. Let me see which one I want to join. I want to join Supremacy, right? Supremacy North America. Hopefully it lets me in. Yeah. Let me plug in my keyboard and then we'll begin.
Hostiles control all command posts. We're taking command post desk. Our forces are taking command post desk. Command post Auric. Entered the battle. Can't let the clankers take any more positions. Are sending in transports. Don't let them get on board. Sevi transports have landed. Destroy any droids going near them. The Sefi's transports are being boarded. Find you a transport ship. You don't need to be a Jedi to know what those droids are up to. Now, we can't let a bunch of clankers destroy our ship, can we? on drill. Allied reinforcements have arrived. Droids are taking the objective. The Seppies have begun to capture the objective. Dooku is here. Grenade! Make way! to spare for another assault. Get back to the ground. This is our last shot to secure the planet.
We're being run speedy fast.
Our forces have secured command post Orange. Changing weapons, going in tight. Take way. Master Kenobi has joined us. Capturing command post Dawn.
Nope, nope, nobby, nope. Our forces have lost command post Orange. Our forces are taking command post Orange. We're capturing command post desk. Ally on site. Never seen droids so scared. They're deploying.
Secure those positions. Our forces have lost command post Esk. We're taking control of command post Crash. Count Dooku has entered the battle. You know what to do. Secure those positions. Control of command post Dawn has been lost. Guard the objective! Darth Maul has arrived. Be careful, brothers. Capture of command post Auric underway. Hit the objective! Grenade out!
Excuse me, can Miss I help you?
We've gained a foothold on the battle station, but our position here is tenuous. The Imperials will throw everything they have at us, and our best defense lies in attacking. May the Force be with us.
For the Rebel Alliance!
We'll defeat the Imperials by taking and holding all marked positions.
Rally soldiers, we stand together!
Point has been secured.
We stand together!
troops have secured almost every command post.
Grenade out!
You can't run forever.
We're securing point doors. We've taken point doors.
Going in!
We're securing command post desk. We've lost command post Orak. We're capturing Orak.
Your destiny is here.
troops now hold almost all key positions.
The princess has joined us.
We're about to secure command post Dorn. Command post Dorn is ours.
Han Solo has decided to join us.
Vash has been secured. We're capturing Point Auric.
We're getting Jedi support. Luke Skywalker is here.
We're taking Point Dorn.
Ready. Bring this empire down!
Imperial leader on the ground. Not sure who. Going in. Enemies running here. Unidentified ally on site. Going for it. Capturing Point Dorn.
Palpatine has joined the Imperials. We must be cautious.
We've captured almost every key position.
Follow my lead.
the Imperials. Now let's see what we can do to sabotage this battle station.
To establish our authority here, you will be required to capture command posts. How annoying. Perhaps the clones were designed to be a nuisance. Reminder, sacrifice is what you were built for. You are to capture command posts and then prepare to board the clone destroyer above. Once we have destroyed it, victory will be assured.
Activating strategic control circuits. Holograms loaded. Grenade out. The clones are taking command post back.
Secure all positions. I am very pleased with your battle programming. Now finish it. The clones are hoping Anakin Skywalker will help them. We have secured the entire area.
Enemy forces are taking command post back. Command post back is now under our control. Defensively. Wings will be deactivated.
We're in control of all command posts.
Grenade prime.
We have transports inbound. Get ready. Transports ready for boarding. Move.
We need to reach the transport. We made it. Loading now. Activating strategic control circuit. Roger, roger.
I am as impressed as my programming allows. Once on board the Republic ship, you'll find that I've identified strategic targets for your attack. First, you must secure all positions. Then focus your assault on the primary objective to bring the ship down.
objective.
You require a memory wipe.
General Grievous is here to aid us.
Our forces have secured the objective.
Area secured. Proceed to the second phase. All units, focus your attack on the final objective.
Initiating attack on the target. Republic hero on site. Wipe out the clones.
Anakin Skywalker just joined the clones.
I'm on point. Follow me. The target is out of commission.
We have defeated the Republic. They cannot save their ship now. You would think these clones would have learned to take better care of their things by now.
First Order have discovered our base here on Agent Kloss and brought a Star Destroyer with them. Let's show them what we're made of, secure the ground, and then we'll take that ship down. Go. Get ready. It's not every day we get to take down a Star Destroyer. But we can't do it until we've secured the ground.
Follow my lead.
Troops incoming!
Heads down.
Securing command post crash.
Throwing.
Crash secured. Ray just joined us. We have to turn this around before the First Order controls the whole sector.
This bash is being secured. down.
First Order is strong, but we're not done for yet. Let's turn this around.
Elite soldier now on site!
Go, go! Grenade out! Position S has fallen to the enemy.
Ray is here. Now the Force is really with us.
Position crash is being secured.
Now control position crash.
The First Order are gonna attempt a boarding action, and it's gonna be up to us to stop them. today, people. Defend it with all you got. The high-pressure centrifuge unit must be protected.
We're losing the ion cannon room to the First
but it won't happen if we can just protect the control rooms.
ship is safe for now, and given us a final chance at securing the surface. Capture those command posts and don't let the First Order win, or we'll lose the planet for good.
We'll win this by taking and defending all the command posts. Ray fighting for us will surely win this.
We now control position doors.
We have reports of Kylo Ren having joined the enemy.
We're securing position crash.
More incoming!
We are to secure and hold all positions until we win this.
Grenade arms!
stash is being secured by the enemy.
First order reinforcements arriving. It's only one person. We're taking Doran. Grenade out.
Esk has fallen into enemy hands.
We're taking position S.
Our transports are inbound.
Check your coordinates!
You're confused! Head back!
Board the transports.
We're done boarding. Let's go. Look sharp. We're gonna come on that Star Destroyer like a Nexu on its prey. First, we secure the server room. Capture those memory cores.
Memory core Bash is being taken. Throwing grenade. Stop it. We have control of memory core Bash.
So far, so good. We'll take out the hyperdrive generator next. That should turn the ship into slag. We have have to expose that thing by securing one of the shield control points.
First Order Commander hitting us hard!
The shield is down. Take out the hyperdrive generator.
We've begun firing at the target.
I'm ready for what's next.
Ray is here. Now the Force is really with us. We risk being thrown off the ship unless we can take it down right away. Let's do it.
We destroyed the target.
That was some fine shooting, people. That Star Destroyer really does look better in pieces. The First Order will be more careful with their ships in the future. Well done.
Alright, I think I'm going to end the stream here because it's already 11 hours and 32 minutes. If we do one more Supremacy, there's a real risk that we might not be able to, you know, have the stream archived on YouTube because of the 12-hour limit thingy-majiggy. So, yeah, thanks for showing up. It was a pretty fun stream. I got to learn some new stuff about Battlefront Plus, some new weapons. I think I got a cool new setup for Heavy. I like replacing the shield with the rocket launcher. It gives you like the benefits of the area, like the jet trooper, but without even being a jet trooper. I like because you get a grenade and you get a rocket launcher. Plus that new mode for the blaster ability is quite nice. I like that. So yeah, no. I think that combined with the Geonosian blaster thingy gives me a lot of flexibility. I'm also trying to figure out my best setup for the assault class too. Everything else, I should look through everything in my spare time to see if there's any cool add-ons I can add for Officer and everything else too. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, thanks for showing up and sign off now. See you tomorrow for another stream. I don't know what it'll be, but hey, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna try to install expanded front for Star Wars, so if I want to play HVV Chaos and show you all the heroes and villains and play as them, we can do that next time too. So yeah, let me do that as well while I get off here.